As Vice Chair of the Commission, I call this meeting of the Michigan Independent Citizens Redistricting Commission to order at 12:13 p.m. This Zoom webinar is being live streamed on YouTube at www.youtube.com/MICHSOS-office/videos. For anyone in the public watching who would prefer to watch via a different platform than they are currently using, please visit our social media at Redistricting MI to find a link for viewing on YouTube. Our live stream today includes closed captioning. Closed captioning, ASL interpretation, and Spanish, Arabic, and Bengali translation services will be provided for effective participation in the meeting. Email us at redistricting@michigan.gov for additional viewing options or details on accessing language translation services for this meeting. People with disabilities needing other specific accommodations should also contact redistricting@michigan.gov. This meeting is being recorded and will be available at michigan.gov/MICRC for viewing at a later date. This meeting is also being transcribed, and those transcriptions will be made available and posted on michigan.gov/MICRC, along with written public comment submissions. There is also a public comment portal that may be accessed by visiting michigan.gov/MICRC. This portal can be utilized to post maps and comments, which can be viewed by both the commission and the public. Members of the media who may have questions before, during, or after the meeting should direct those questions to Edward Woods III, Communications and Outreach Director for the Commission at woodse3@michigan.gov or 517-331-6309. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to the Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. If you are attending the meeting remotely, please announce during roll call that you are attending remotely. And unless your absence is due to military duty, please announce your physical location by stating the county, city, township, or village and the state from which you are attending. I will start with Doug Clark.
Present.
Juanita Curry.
Present.
Anthony Eade.
Present.
Brittany Callum. Rhonda Lang.
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett.
Present.
Cynthia Orton.
Present.
MC Rothhorn.
Present.
Rebecca Satella.
Present.
Janice Follett.
Present.
Aaron Wagner.
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss.
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you. As a reminder to the public watching, you may view the agenda at www.michigan.gov/MICRC. I will now entertain a motion to approve the meeting agenda.
Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, it is moved and seconded that we adopt the meeting agenda. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion carries. The meeting agenda is adopted. Without objection, we will now begin the public comment pertaining to agenda topics portion of our meeting. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with the public comment pertaining to agenda topics. We have both in-person and remote public comments today. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide in-person public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. Please step to the nearest microphone when I call your number. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is number 1. You are now invited to address the commission.
Good afternoon, commissioners. Thank you for this opportunity to address the commission. I'm Susan Smith, Vice President for Advocacy for the League of Women Voters of Michigan, a nonpartisan organization. As you know, the commission invites 2 types of public comments, both of them legitimate expressions by the public. One type of public comment relates to proposed maps and written testimony, especially as they relate to communities of interest. The commission has encouraged members of the public to submit their maps and written testimony via the public comment portal on the MICRC website. A second type of public comment relates to agenda items. These comments have been welcomed by the commission since it began meeting last September. Originally, these written public comments about agenda items could be emailed to the commission. Now, however, the public notice of the commission's meetings instructs the public to submit written comments via the public comment portal. As a result, unless the commissioner happens to review the contents of the portal immediately prior to the commission meeting, he or she won't see the written comments pertaining to the agenda item until after the meeting is over. The league requests that public notice of the commission's meetings be changed back to instructing the public to submit their written comments concerning agenda items via an email to the commission rather than through the portal. Such a change would allow commissioners to read them in a timely manner before considering the agenda item during the meeting. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this time, number 2 can approach the podium or approach the microphone and speak.
Good afternoon. I think I'm number 3, but I think Susan signed up for 2 spots. So thank you for your time. My name is Joseph Belgowan. I'm a Lansing resident. I've been following your work very, very closely, and I thank you for your service to the state of Michigan. I want to talk a little bit about partisan fairness. I think that is a huge aspect of what you are tasked to do. For example, we are in the greater Lansing area right now, and we're in State Senate District 23, and the other State Senate District is 24. One's a very safe Republican seat, one's a very safe Democratic seat, but it's not truly representative of the greater Lansing area. I would rather have one safe seat and then one competitive district rather than 2 safe seats. I think competition will allow us as a state to have real dialogue and real change when it comes to who's representing us in Lansing. And, again, I really want to stress the point that partisan fairness is a must. We don't want to give advantage to one party over the other. We want to make sure that, we're playing the game as fair as we can. And I really appreciate you all coming to East Lansing. And again, I appreciate your time and the task at hand. So thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Just confirming we don't have a number 2 out there. If we do, please approach. Otherwise, I'm going to move on to number 4. I just want to make sure I'm not skipping somebody.
Hello, good afternoon. My name is Oscar Castañeda, and I had the pleasure to meet some of you personally. I'm here in 2 capacities. One is because I live really close from here. And second, because I work in Detroit in a grassroots community organizing group in Detroit. I want to mention 3 things that I really care today. And I am happy because I'm not here. So the bad news for you is I will be here tomorrow again, testifying again with some other areas. And we're planning to bring more people tomorrow. This was like kind of last notice for us. So 3 things. One is we're really worried about big organizations coming to bring full sets of districts served to you. We think that this is not all right. We look at some of those big projects, and who gets the big projects? The ones who got big money, right? We as grassroots don't have a lot of money. So we are working in our community of interest. I think that this is what we understand and we know how it works. We don't believe that this big organization with a big map for the whole state of Michigan knows what is happening inside of Southwest Detroit and inside of Lansing. So I just want to make this point that we really care about it. The second point is we have 2 communities of interest in the portal. If you want to write it down, I will be very happy. Hashtag Greater Lansing and hashtag Southwest Detroit. And they are the product of the consensus of our community. We talk a lot about creating those communities of interest, and we believe that they represent our needs. Especially the one in Southwest Detroit, we are very proud of it because it's not only the work of the Latino organizations, but also we work in conjunction with Middle Eastern communities and Pacific Islanders communities. So that area represents what the most of the communities in the Southwest Detroit believe in. Thank you very much. See you tomorrow.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 5. Do we have another? Oh, there you are. Couldn't see you behind that big TV.
It's the Greek columns. you see.
Yes. You're welcome to address the commission.
Thank you. The name's Juan Martinez, and I'm representing Lead of Michigan. It's a statewide organization. It's a nonprofit, and we have a chapter here in Lansing. So we've been working closely with Oscar on the immigrants of Greater Lansing. And so we are looking at our Hispanic population as a community of interest. And so we try to look at the maps. I really understand the challenge you all are going to have. And it's unbelievable. And I'm glad you have it, not me. You know, it's going to be difficult. But what we have created over time, and over time, I'm talking at least the last 50 some odd years, is a collaboration, coordination, partnerships with other ethnic populations in the Greater Lansing area. If we were to be carved out into other districts, into other places, we would lose a half a century of work that's been done by our parents and our grandparents. We really believe that we've got a good working community. We can go back a couple of generations of people that have been working together on public policy issues that affect us either in a positive or a negative way, where we can create those collaborations to try and make a significant change. And so the one that affects us right now the worst is the Congressional District 8. That is really, it's really badly put together. And we would like to see, as you tackle that issue, is to try and bring it closer together so that community of interest populations can really work together to make a positive impact. And again, as has been said before, make it a competitive of ideas. You know, come to us with ideas of what you would like to do. Don't just come in with a label of a party that who you are. I think that's what really makes a strong community, a strong Michigan. And so we will be submitting our comments this afternoon. And so we'll be also writing to our hashtag will be #Greater Lansing. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Number 6.
Hi, I'm David Hopkinson. I'm from East Lansing, and I was one of the leaders of Voters Not Politicians in this region. Our region represented 5 counties of various political stripes. Ingham was the second highest support for the proposal in the state, and our region was the highest. And I think that represents something to you that a variety of people support the work you're doing. And the reason most people were shocked when they decided to support Proposal 2 was they didn't understand how it's done now. And when they realized how it's done now, they couldn't believe it. So we would represent that this area, particularly Lansing, has been divided over the years. It's very frustrating for people when they feel like the impact of their vote is not fully represented. And so we would recommend that the region that centers around Lansing be considered a district. Thanks.
Thank you for addressing the commission. Now that the first opportunity for in-person comment has ended, without objection, we will hear from individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute public comment. Hearing no objection, we will now proceed with individuals seeking to provide a second 2-minute in-person public comment, and I believe that is you, Ms. Smith.
Yes, thank you. Again, commissioners. The following is a statement from a number of organizations that work to engage Michiganders in the redistricting process and the commission's work. We strongly support the commission in this important process, including mobilizing public engagement and comment. The commission faces the challenging task of navigating new territory as the first independent map drawing body in our state. The MICRC was designed to be independent from politicians, not from citizens. As custodians of the state's voter-approved redistricting process, the commission has a duty to take citizens' concerns seriously and debate them transparently. Instead, last week, the public watched as the commission largely dismissed citizen input and then proceeded to hire a litigation firm less than an hour after interviewing them, a major departure from the commission's previous hires. Some commissioners said they were disregarding public comments, not on the merits of the argument, but on the quantity of submissions. Let's be clear. Individual citizens organizing together to take collective action is not illegitimate. In fact, we have been asked time and again to engage our networks and members in this process. It's unacceptable to then have the voices of the people we engage to be dismissed as they were last week. As you begin drawing our state maps, you will be faced with extraordinarily tough decisions. The commission should evaluate each public comment on its own merits based on the content of the submission to preserve trust in the commission and ensure a fair and transparent process. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. We will now move on to our remote public comment. Individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide live remote public commentary to the commission will now be allowed to do so. I will call your name and our staff will unmute you. If you are on a computer, you will be prompted by the Zoom app to unmute yourself and speak. If you are on the phone, a voice will say the host would like you to speak and prompt you to press *6 to unmute. I will call on you by either your name or the last 4 digits of your phone number. Also, if you experience technical or audio issues, or if we do not hear from you for 3 to 5 seconds, we will move on to the next person in line and return to you after they are done speaking. If your audio still does not work, you can email at redistricting@michigan.gov and we will help you troubleshoot so that you can participate during the next public comment period at a later hearing or meeting. You will have 2 minutes to address the commission. Please conclude your remarks when you hear the timer. First in line to provide public comment is Suzanne Waldrop.
Madam Chair, for the purposes of the public record, Suzanne is not present.
Thank you. We will move on then to number 2, which is Mr. James Gallant.
Permission to speak, Madam Chair.
I can hear you, but you sound a little muted, so you might want to move closer to your speaker.
Oh, okay, sorry. How's that?
That's much better.
Okay, thank you. My name is James Gallant. I'm with the Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition, and these are my opinions. And I believe that this commission's current willful disregard for your approved rules of procedure, and specifically the Robert's Rules of Order's requirement that you have one question at a time. By you insistently opening business items by discussion, assigning the floor to facilitate discussion before there's a motion that is seconded, I believe that offends our Constitution directly. And it offends your oath of office, which you took, and a written directive from you, from the Secretary of State Benson. She's your secretary without a vote, dated September 17, 2020. It said you must follow Robert's Rules of Order. And yet you don't have a copy of the book, and nobody's ever even questioned any of that. I believe that your current exercise in experimental democracy, it appears to be a blend of Stanford University Fishkins model with the consensus building, deliberative democracy, and facilitated dialogue all mixed up into one new iteration, which does not resemble the process that was provided to you by the people of the state of Michigan, which is Robert's Rules of Order. That's the fundamental principles of parliamentary law in America, is that everybody has a right to know the question you're going to discuss. That's the main thing. And your attorney said last week that you can be sued for process and that. Now, in my research, I found this quote, and this is a favorite of mine now. Says a criticism of deliberation like this is a potentially that it allows the most skilled in rhetoric to sway the decision in their favor, much as we have seen here. And this criticism has been made since deliberative democracy first arose in ancient Athens, not that long ago. So, and the Harvard Business Review found a study that 90% of value-added collaborative products are done by 3 to 5% of the employees. That's what's happening. People specialize in this facilitated dialogue, and everybody just rubber stamps it on their way. Well, you folks are going to be personally responsible.
Thank you for
your
addressing the
votes here.
commission, Mr. Gallant. We will now move on to Connie Cook.
Hello, commissioners. My name is Connie Cook, and I'm calling from my home in Glen Arbor in northern Michigan. I spoke to you last week, so you may remember me. I told you then that I appreciated your traveling all over the state and was very glad that you'd said repeatedly how much you value public comments. The reason I asked to speak again today is that last week, your actions did not match your words. I think I counted 10 people who made public comments at the beginning of that meeting. I only recognized 2 of those people. I think that all 10 of us suggested you create a pool of candidates for the litigation counsel position rather than rushing to hire the only applicant. We all had similar concerns expressed in different ways and for different reasons. So it was discouraging to have someone say afterwards that we all coordinated remarks. We didn't. And it was discouraging to hear someone suggest that we were just puppets, mouthing the words of some organization. We weren't. And it was even more discouraging to have one commissioner immediately move to have you proceed with the hire, even though there was no hurry at all. His quick motion meant that there was almost no discussion of these 10 comments, just a dismissal of them as irrelevant. So today, I want to urge you to treat public comments with more respect in the future. If you want public comments, please take time to consider them. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission. At this point, we will move on to individuals who have signed up and indicated that they would like to provide a second remote public commentary. We will follow the same process as we used in the first round. First in line to provide a second remote public commentary is Mr. James Gallant.
Can you hear me? Madam Chair.
Yes, I can hear you,
Can you
Mr.
hear me?
Gallant.
James Gallant, Marquette County Suicide Prevention Coalition. And to the commenters, a couple of those commenters were just talking about, they seem to think that, yeah, man, all we got to do is get 20, 30 people in here to say the same thing. And all of a sudden, that's ruled by consensus. Whoa, that's what we're going by. Next iteration of whoever shows up. No, that's not how we work in America. This is a constitutional democracy that respects precedents and the way that the decisions have been done before. And this deliberative democracy, which is just, it was just, that lady just talked about that. It said the making of the motion stopped the deliberation. No. I think these people misunderstand. And I think most people in Michigan misunderstand. The motion starts the deliberation. It doesn't stop it. I think that the understanding of the commissioners has not been fully informed by your attorney as to your legal requirements here. As it, that's what happens. You make the motions, what starts, there should be no debate or deliberation before there's a motion to and seconded. That's that one question at a time thing. And I believe that what you're doing here, to some, and I believe this is experimental democracy you're trying to create here. And I believe it's an act of civil disobedience, much like Rosa Parks did, except she was offending an unjust racial segregation law and not the Constitution of the state and federal government. And that's exactly what you're doing here. You're just trying to say, we're not going to do that. Even when you have resolutions on the agenda today. So you're presented with a resolution, yet you still start discussion when it should be laid motion to approve the resolution as presented is the requirement of the chair. The chair is required when the time on the agenda comes to immediately entertain a motion for the approval of the next item. Each agenda item is supposed to be framed in a question. And that's what this is changed into. All of this is review, discussion, blah, blah, blah. No specific question. That's the problem here. Thank you.
Thank you for addressing the commission, Mr. Gallant. That concludes our public comment for this afternoon. I would also like to mention that all emailed and mailed public comment is provided to the commission before each meeting, and the commissioners also review the public comment portal at www.michigan.gov/MICRC website on a regular basis. So we appreciate everybody who provides public comment in whichever way you choose to do it, whether it's remote, whether it's in person, or whether it's via the portal. We invite you to please keep sharing your thoughts, your communities of interest, and your maps. Without objection, I'd like to move forward to unfinished business and ask Executive Director Hammersmith to provide information on agenda item 5A, which is mapping process and mapping meetings. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Ms. Hammersmith.
Thank you very, very much, Madam Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to talk with the commission this morning about a mapping process that your staff developed over more than 2 full days this week since your last meeting. So we took what we had in place and we started to strengthen that with a process that will help you move forward. But before I get too deep into that, I want to offer a couple thanks. First of all, you all realize, and I hope the public realizes, that the census released legacy data last Thursday, the day of our last meeting. That data was untabulated. So EDS and their team, especially, I want to give kudos to Ryan Taylor, who I know at least 2 nights this week was working at 3 a.m. So I do want to thank them for their heavy lift of trying to get this data, the data tables built. So indeed, those could be loaded on your computers. At the same time, Fred Hijazi from Autobound Edge Citygate was working on making sure that everything went well with a new software version that he had created and that everything could be coordinated. And then in comes DTMB with an awesome team that figured out very, very well how to get those downloads to you this week prior to this meeting. So Wayne Foster, Jake Scott, and Jared Kempinen worked tirelessly as a team, first of all, to figure out how to make sure all this got loaded on your computers in a way that worked well. EDS and Citygate were testing and retesting and making sure everything worked well. So I can't say enough about all these people who work together to make sure that you have the software on your computers today, only a few days after that legacy data came out. So kudos to that team. So your staff also, Edward, Julianne, and I worked with Sarah Reinhardt almost all the days on Monday and Tuesday to work on a mapping process and considerations document that was sent to you on Tuesday for discussion and consideration today. We started with a table of contents, page numbers, so you can find things in this document. You can read that, I know, and appendix of supporting documents. We also developed a list of key terms on page 2. You probably noticed they aren't in alphabetical order. I know that would bother some people like me sometimes, but they're in 3 basic groupings. One is on communities of interest. The other is in consideration of criteria 1 in our Michigan Constitution. And the last grouping is of mapping terms, because at different stages, there are different terms for the mapping. So very briefly, communities of interest is the definition that is exactly in the Michigan Constitution, that communities of interest may include but shall not be limited to populations that share cultural or historical characteristics or economic interest. Communities of interest do not include relationships with political parties, incumbents, or political candidates. So that is lifted directly from the Michigan Constitution. We felt it was helpful to consider communities of interest in 2 ways. One, those that had been proposed, because there have been many presented to this commission, well over 400 at this point in time. And secondly, to have a final COI. So for example, there may be communities that are overlaid on top of each other and you figure out that's only one community of interest, but you receive several comments in regards to that community of interest. So as part of the process, the commission will consider the communities of interest that have been presented, and then you will have to make that determination of which will be the final communities of interest that will be used in the mapping process. And there's a lot more process to come in the document, which you've read, I'm sure. The second grouping refers to criteria 1. It involves a racially polarized voting. So where there are significant minority populations, a racially polarized voting analysis should be conducted prior to ensure proposed redistricting plans do not fragment, submerge, or unnecessarily pack a geographically concentrated minority population, which would violate Section 2 of the VRA. That's called illegal vote dilution. We're very fortunate that we have Dr. Lisa Handley on our team with EDS to look at and provide an analysis of that area before the mapping starts in any areas where this should be a consideration. Secondly, the Voting Rights Act of 1965 aimed to overcome legal barriers at state and local levels that prevented historically marginalized groups from exercising their right to vote as guaranteed under the 15th Amendment in the US Constitution. It applies to redistricting to prevent states and localities from drawing districts that deny underrepresented minority groups a chance to elect a candidate of their choice. By federal law, there are protected groups, and they include African Americans, Hispanic, Native American, and Alaskan Natives. And all district maps must comply with the Voting Rights Act. And protected groups may also encompass minority language and national origin. So key issues that must be addressed before any mapping is done in areas of our states where people would be impacted. Lastly, there's a whole grouping of mapping terms. So district maps are the maps of the electoral districts that, when assembled, comprise a complete redistricting plan for the state for each type of district. So we know in our state, Michigan has 38 Senate districts and 110 state House districts. And after this last census, we know now that there are 13 US congressional districts in our state for which this commission will be drawing the lines. Draft maps are defined as those that will be the initial maps drafted prior to the public hearing. So there will be lots of draft maps up until that point in time. Just consider that drafts are drafts. There's nothing final about them. They're there on the table for consideration by this commission and for comment by the public. An alternative draft could be a draft map put forth for consideration by an individual commissioner during that draft map period. And we'll talk a little bit more about that later. Draft proposed maps then are the ones that this commission will approve for display. So those will be the maps that will be presented, that will be available for the public hearings. And there may be 2 or 3 different sets for each type of district that this commission will put forth to get public comment on. Eventually, we're going to get to proposed maps. And those will be the maps that have been approved and published that will initiate the 45-day period of public comment. So these maps would be voted on for final approval after that 45-day period ends. And any changes after that would require an additional publication and initiate another 45-day period of public comment. Lastly, we hope to get to this point by December 30th, final maps. And these will be the maps that are approved by a final vote of this commission, and that those require at least 2 commissioners from each affiliation. So those 2 affiliated with the Democratic Party, 2 affiliated with the Republican Party, and 2 not affiliated with either party, sometimes also known as independents, but could be a member of a different party, will have to vote to approve these maps, and they become law 60 days after publication. So those are the key terms, but we found ourselves as staff like using different mapping terms and wanted to make sure that we had a consistent language that we all were using as we draft maps. So hopefully those will be helpful. At this point, I want to take a breath, stop, and ask if you have questions.
Commissioner Witches?
Oh, wait, hold on. Never mind, I yield back.
Commissioner Ede?
Well, first I gotta say, great work, Sue-Ann, and to everybody else who's helped with creating this document. It's a very, very well organized document, and I especially like how the terms are defined, which is important not only to me, but I'm sure to everyone in the public watching. I just have one question as it relates to let me make sure my terms are right now. As it relates to the proposed maps for 45-day public comments. And it's on page 14 and 15 of this document, if anyone's following along with me. So when we get to this point in the process, and we have put out the maps for public comment in this 45-day public window, at that point, if we decide to make a change to it based on those public comments, we would have to start that 45-day window over again.
You want to take that? Julianne's going to
General
help me,
Counsel.
just to confirm.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Yes, Commissioner Ede, that is guided by subsection 14, subpart B. And again, the distinction is very clear that we move from the map drafting process to the publication of maps before the public hearings that the public will be able to provide feedback on. And the feedback that's incorporated in the commission's work during that public hearing process will result in those proposed maps for publication. And you are absolutely correct that the Constitution would require, if those are changed, that those changed maps, modified maps, be published, and the period would start again.
Mr. Brace had a comment.
Yes, Commissioners, thank you very much. I would also want to compliment Sue for her efforts. Most definitely, she and I talked many times on this document and went over different terms. She's been able to crystallize a lot of what we talked about. So I appreciate and commend her also on that side. Thank you.
So I have a comment / question on the mapping schedule itself. I noticed our original kind of initial draft was we were going to do the state house, and then I think we were going to move on to the state senate. No, I got that backwards. State senate, then state house, and then congressional. But I noticed this is kind of all jumbled up. Can you explain the thought process behind why we're now doing Senate House, then congressional, then going back to Senate House, and just give us the thoughts on that?
I would be happy to do that. I paused for questions. I didn't quit. I'm sorry if I was unclear. So if you would bear with me and help to go through this document, walk with me. It's page 4. We'll be there real quick.
Okay.
Okay.
Sure.
All right. All right. So moving along to the constitutional mapping criteria in rank order. These are the ones in the Michigan Constitution. You've heard them time and time again. I don't know if the public watching necessarily has, so I'm going to go through them very briefly. So number 1 is districts shall be of equal population as mandated by the U.S. Constitution and shall comply with the Voting Rights Act and other federal laws. So this is the first step in the flow chart that has been developed for the mapping process that is in the appendix, and we'll get to that in a bit. But that is why we need the RPV analysis and the VRA assessment before mapping in areas of Michigan that may be impacted. And Dr. Handley specifically pointed out Detroit, Saginaw, Flint, and Grand Rapids were large areas where we should make sure that we have that assessment done before we would begin mapping in those areas. Second is the district should be geographically contiguous. Third, shall reflect the state's diverse population and communities of interest, which we've already defined. Fourth are the no disproportionate advantage to a political party. And fifth, not favor or disfavor an incumbent elected official. 6, consider county, city, and township boundaries, and 7, reasonably compact. And at the bottom of page 3 are those numbers that Kim assured you you would have memorized. I don't know. I still have to look them up from time to time when I'm asked. So there they are in a reference point. So you know the equal numbers, the ideal district sizes, and then the range for state senate and state house can be plus or minus 5% either way. And for congressional districts, that's very tight. It's 0.5% either way. So just bear that in mind as we go along. We're going to need to know those numbers. And if not, you know where to find them. Any questions on that page?
Commissioner Witches.
I noticed this earlier, but I didn't want to jump ahead because I'm imagining this is going to be published. So the district size and deviations, the 1 and the 7 on the congressional line for district size are transposed. Should be 771,000, not 717,000.
Thank you for the typo. Thank you for letting us know. There's a Scrivener's error. We will fix that. Thank you. Very good catch. Our eyes were a little blurry when we got done.
All right. Go ahead, Mr. Brace.
Yes, my eyes were very blurry at that point in time too. I would note that while we've noted the 0.5% deviation, 0.5% in terms of the congressional side of things. Many states have gone for absolute equality in terms of district numbers. So you may ultimately look towards, and this is something for discussion as well as legal assistance, looking at even getting tighter than that margin. So I just wanted to make that point.
Thank you. Go ahead, Executive Director.
Thank you. Moving on to page 4. As you can all see, the schedule was changed. We have the constitutional criteria that we're looking at. We had the flow chart we were looking at. We also realized that the commission asked to start with the state senate districts and try to draw all those districts first before we moved on to state house and congressional. That made sense, but it would have stopped the mapping process. And we didn't feel we had the luxury of the time to stop the process or to have to go back to districts to try to make educated guesses and then have to go back and redo those districts. That was not time efficient either. So that is the reason for the change. And Dr. Handley said in one of our meetings this week, well, when you've got the communities of interest already plotted on the map, doesn't it make sense to move from state senate to state house districts? So again, that's a consideration that we can use that may make your job easier as you're moving from one to the other. So we'll just have to keep that numbers chart up front and center. And, I would entertain any questions on that. And the other thing we tried to do is keep the region of mapping in collaboration with cities where we might be traveling, especially as we move to college campuses. So when we're in Traverse City, they may not care much about Detroit, and Detroit may not care much about the UP as far as the mapping process. We want to engage the people in the area we're in talking about their district, even though we realize that anybody can make public comment anytime for any district. But we've seen the prevalence when we've done the public hearings of mostly people from those areas making public comment.
Could you explain what you mean by stopping the process? I'm not sure I'm following you.
Sure, Julianne's going to help out with that question.
Okay.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So to build on what Executive Director Hammersmith is stating, the situation with the census delay and the census results, the legacy format, and the processing that EDS has undertaken, Dr. Handley isn't just looking at the census data. It's the new census data in conjunction with past elections. So in order for her to conduct her analysis of the state, she needs those data sets to be able to provide her analysis, which in turn, Mr. Adelson will use for his VRA compliance analysis as we're working through the commission is working through the mapping process. So the new proposed schedule reflects that we're working through the areas that we don't anticipate Dr. Handley's analysis flagging. And that once her analysis is presented, which on the calendar is listed as Thursday, September 2nd in Ann Arbor, that those results and that data will be available to the commission so that when they move into those areas, the commission will have that information at its disposal for its consideration when we're in those communities and the commission is getting questions on is there polarized voting in this area? And that way the commission will have that information prior to beginning mapping those areas. So that is why the restructure, as the executive director indicated, and as Kim alluded to as well, Mr. Brace alluded to as well, that is why the restructuring occurred of the district type as the commission moves around the state.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clark. And then Mr. Brace after. Or do you want to go first, Mr. Brace? Why don't you go ahead, because it might clarify. his
Might
question.
clarify, yeah. I was the one that pointed you towards the state senate, doing that first. And part of the goal there was looking to complete an entire plan so that you understood, and I was concerned that, you may be working in this part of the state, but by the time you get on state senate, down to the rest of the state or the other half of the state, the other corner of the state, you suddenly run out of population or you have too much down there and you've got to go back and forth. That is a mechanism that actually takes place in redistricting. So you see that when you attempt to draw a single plan. Now I recognize that with the delay of census and everything else, that was kind of a goal. But we've kind of had to rearrange with all of this. But I will remind you of that as we go through each region and each area, that we may have to come back again in terms of, by the time we get to the rest of the state and the area, it may be out of whack by that time. So just keep that in mind. That was the reason why I had suggested try to get a full plan done.
Yes, I'm sorry, refresh my.
Kent.
Kent Stigall, yes.
I just want to remind the commission that you're not tied to the regions real tight. Those boundaries are just reference boundaries for doing your districts. As long as you keep the districts balanced, like if you do a district 3% higher and you do one that's 3% lower, by the time you get across the state, your numbers will keep matching up. But if you start stacking districts up at 0.3% high, when you get to the other side of the state, they're all going to have to be 3% low, which will imbalance the district shifts across the state. So keep each part of the state balanced with your plus and minus deviations.
Thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I was, when I took a look at this, I felt it was going to be difficult to operate in this way. And I like the original plan. I like the original plan better of just doing the state senate across the state and then the House across the state and then the congressional districts. I'd like to put two other options on the table and get Kim's and Kent's and John's and Bruce's opinions on that. One would be to do a hybrid approach, which in my opinion would be start off like this, but once Bruce and Lisa have completed their work, then we revert back to the original plan, which is complete all the state senate districts, complete all the House districts, and then the congressional districts. The other option that I want to put forward is that we don't do any redistricting starting Friday, August 20th. And that while Bruce and Lisa are performing the analysis that they have to do, we concentrate on the COI for all of the 10 regions. It's because it's just not what we got from Lisa, or I'm sorry, from Moon that got transported over into your system. We had 16 public hearings where some of that material may not be in there. So do that, because we have to do it anyways. Get that put in place, and then that would be in place when we start doing redistricting. And the advantages of that approach, as I see it, is it gives your organization, Kim, more time to get the data ready and then whatever you have to do on the system side. It gives Bruce and Lee impact the time to do the work, because we're getting all the COI work done up front. So that's two options that I'd like to get discussed as we move forward. Personally, I prefer the second option of the two, but I need the experts' advice on that.
Well, I recognize both of the scenarios that you've laid out. Sometimes I would tend to agree wholeheartedly. Other times I see some conflict some places. But I do tend to agree in terms of the communities of interest things. We have been working closely to try to get Moon's data in and working with Fred in terms of some new ideas on how to deal with that. He's trying to program some of that stuff now. I can share with you tomorrow some of the concepts that we're working on. I'm not sure that he would have those concepts implemented into the software yet tomorrow, but it may very well be. We're hoping for the first part of next week. But certainly letting you starting to see some of the communities of interest, because we've been looking at them too, and how we could deal with them, how we can show them, or what kind of things show together. Moon has some concepts on her side that are informative and interesting. Sometimes I'm not sure that they're totally going to work, but at least some of them are some ideas. But I think we've kind of looked towards kind of a combination of some of her ideas, some of our implementations that we're seeking to really put in place in terms of what Fred has been working on. Yep. So.
Go ahead.
Rhonda has her hand up. Commissioner Lang, do you have your hand up?
No, it was earlier. Doug's mic cut out, so we weren't able to hear him, but it came back in, so I'm good.
So what approach would you recommend at this point? You know, I mean, you've gone through this before, and I expect that we'll hit these road bumps often as we go through the process. Like I mentioned, my opinion is that I'd rather not do any line drawing until we get the COI data together and take that approach. But others may not feel that way and may feel we may want to start the mapping as soon as possible.
I think Sue had some questions also, or some comments, and I'll add a couple of things to it.
Executive Director Hammersmith.
I'm going to let Sarah, she has her hand waving. She's been working with Moon on the communities of interest, and I'm sure that's what she wants to comment on. I can read her mind.
Go ahead, Ms. Reinhardt.
Yes, thank you, Executive Director Hammersmith. One thing that I wanted to point out to Commissioner Clark's suggestions. I certainly appreciate the creative approach that you suggested. And absolutely, this is a options that the commission may consider. But regarding the suggestion of considering all communities of interest upfront to allow your consultants to work on the data that they are providing. One thing that I would point out to the commission is that with the current schedule, it would involve assessing communities of interest at every meeting on an ongoing basis. Your communities of interest, they're not due at any certain time. You will be receiving them throughout the entire process. And while you could certainly consider structuring your schedule in such a way that you would evaluate and determine final COIs, to use our new vocabulary term, it would mean that when you get to deliberations, you would have a whole new crop of communities of interest that have accumulated prior to September 1st through September 22nd to reassess and redefine. So just wanted to bring that up, whereas with the mapping schedule that lays before you, it would be evaluated on an ongoing basis. Thank you.
Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, I agree with you, Sarah, but once we do districts, those comments can still come in. And so when do you stop reassessing the COI? That's the point. It has to be an end point. And right now, all our conversations have been that there is no end point. I'll let our legal counsel discuss that.
Go ahead, General Counsel.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. So the endpoint for COIs and as far as input on the drafting process for the proposed would occur again when those proposed maps are being adopted after the second round of public hearings, the proposed maps that will be adopted and published to trigger the 45-day period. So that would be the natural, I think, way in which the communities of interest as part of the mapping process would be concluded. As to the Commissioner Clark's suggestion, the first option, which again, the commission may consider, I would give you the information that as staff, when we were having those conversations on how to try to preserve moving by types of districts, that was when we ran into the work stoppage.
Right.
Where the commission would get to an area where it didn't have the information, the critical information needed to proceed in a meaningful fashion in that area, and that it would not be able to move forward. So again, that is why the district types were stacked in the manner in which they were, to avoid any work stoppage, being sensitive to the timing restrictions that the commission has due to the census delay.
So as I understand it, it's after the second round of hearings is when the input stops on the community of interest.
Madam Chair, to Commissioner Clark's point, I think that the information and the public comment may always be provided, but that the commission should encourage members of the public to provide their feedback on the draft maps that are being promulgated during the mapping process, the maps that are published in advance of the second round of public hearings for public comment and feedback. And then that would have give the commission the most time to work with and incorporate that data being presented by members of the community.
But we're still going to have a constant flow of these comments coming in.
Correct. And if the commission, again, should choose to make modifications to the maps during the 45-day period, republication and renotice of that 45 days would need to occur.
Yeah. So we're going to have to revisit all of this anyways, after those 45 days. And that's, go ahead, Kim.
I would just say also that in terms of the COIs, as I've said, we've taken some looks at those. And I think that might help you on some of that. If we conceivably tomorrow start looking at some of that to help you, understand what we're seeing and what they can be used for or not used for. Because there's a whole wide variety of stuff, and we're trying to get a good cross section to figure out, how we could make use of it, how you can make use of it, all of that. but I'd like to kind of present that to you in terms of that, because I think that will help you at least understand. We're in a stage of shifting, moving every day on this side. And that's part of the reason why I have so much gray hair on that side. So I apologize in that regard, but.
Thank you, Mr. Bryce. Commissioner Lang, you've been being very patient. Please go ahead.
I have a question for Mr. Brace, professional map drawing question. Considering that we are all new people at this, we've never done this. And looking at what's proposed, would it not be more difficult to incorporate all three types of districts at one time compared to just one? What are the downfalls of doing it that way, in your professional opinion?
Well, certainly from the standpoint of, I think Lisa has a point in terms of you're in this part of the state and you've talked about what people have said, COI as it relates to state Senate, for example, but how does that impact the state house? You know, in that same area. So there is some point in terms of that, where if you did all the state Senate first to get the advantage of seeing what happens when you get to the end, but you know, then you're having to retrace over the COIs again when you're going through the state house. Now, there'll be different dimensions of it that won't show up in the state Senate, but it will in the state house or vice versa. So you'll see advantages and disadvantages both ways. There really is no magic bullet in terms of this. The key on redistricting is to be flexible and understand that there are changing circumstances, just as, you know, last Thursday brought a whole big change of circumstances of now we have data. You know, I'd been sharing with you estimates and all of that to kind of get things prepared. Well, now I'm going to show you this afternoon what the real data is looking like on that side. So it is a shifting and moving circumstances these days.
My apologies for the interruption. Just for the record, Commissioner Wagner is still present. She had to turn off her video due to unstable internet, but she is still present. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt.
Okay, and
Commissioner Lang,
comment.
did you have a follow-up?
Yes, as far as to Doug's recommendation on the second one, the second recommendation about the communities of interest, I don't see that as such a bad idea. I know the community of interest talk has been brought up as far back as December about how the commission will work with the communities of interest, determining what communities of interest, how do they hold weight, do they conflict with others? And I don't see that as a bad thing, because I don't feel that that issue and concern that the commission had was ever resolved. I know we had one meeting where we discussed it for like 30 minutes to an hour, but there was never any real steps taken. So I really like that idea of doing it and getting it in play. But I guess I'm open to what everybody else says too. So that's all I've got.
Thank you. Commissioner Rothorn.
Oh, sorry. Okay. So you don't want to say something first? Okay. I was actually going to suggest, because I do think that we're in the middle of a presentation, and I think the schedule is important, but I'm thinking like the process that will go during each meeting might help us help me understand. So I guess I'm just wondering if you continued with the presentation, it might help me understand how to think through some of these other alternative dates.
Go ahead, Executive Director.
All right, I did want to mention that before this meeting, Moon sent a report. It's a draft report. So I've not had a chance to look at it yet, but what she wanted to do was work on those emergent COIs. So when you look at the heat maps of the COIs, you can see different areas where there are many that are layered on top of each other. And she really wanted to look at that and provide some suggestions of how those might all be the same COI or what those boundaries might look like. So she is willing to do that work ahead of our mapping meetings, so each region would have more information from her. So I just wanted to make sure that commissioners knew about that.
Yeah, I had gotten the same thing that Sue mentioned from Moon this morning. And she's got some interesting points and that sort of thing. So there is clearly kind of an emerging of bunch of different things in terms of COIs that may make it worthwhile for you to focus on for a couple of hours at some point in the next several days, you know, even first part of next week or whatever. I also recognize that Sue is sitting there saying, we got to move forward with map drawing and, you know, all of that sort of thing. So I know her very well now too on that regard. So, but there is some overarching stuff that we're starting to see on the communities of interest side of things.
Executive Director, do you want to continue with your presentation?
Thank you. So I'm going to jump past the schedule. You've kind of seen it several times as to how this will be laid out. Public hearings against are planned to start the week of October 11th and run for 3 weeks. And there would be 9 public hearings. I will note that added from last week is Wednesday, October 20th in Kalamazoo per the commission's request. So I'm going to move forward more into process. So per MC's Commissioner Rothorn's suggestion. So if you would like to move to page 6, prior to mapping sessions. So there's lots of homework involved here. As you well know, you started on the west side. I apologize for that when we knew that we didn't have the adequate step 1 in our process to work in that area. I apologize that I started you down the road, but you'll use it later. So keep that thought. So prior to every mapping session, commissioners should be reviewing and researching and taking notes on public comments. So you're going to look at the constitutional criteria. You're going to consider all the communities of interest from public comment, from all types of public comment. Review any of the ACS or ESRI data that Mr. Brace has provided for us, and then familiarize yourself with the geography. So I don't know how good of a geography student you are for the state of Michigan, but I don't know that we all know every corner. So again, you know, to kind of look at the natural features, to look at the highways, to look at those types of things. If commissioners wish to draw their own maps in these regions, you certainly may. But again, remember that this is an open process, that maps will be drawn in open meetings. If you have something that you'd like to share for Mr. Brace to present at a meeting, we're going to ask you to send that to MDOS, MICRC staff, and Kim a day ahead, so he can make sure he has that data overlay to utilize in a meeting. And again, these maps have to be publicly posted. So as the commission is working, the public needs to be able to see what you're working on. So if the maps are publicly posted ahead of time, then they can take a look. Again, the Constitution requires you to draw maps in open meetings. So I think you need to decide what kind of process you want to use. Every commissioner can draw their own maps if they want to, but in the end, it needs to be a collaborative process in an open meeting where you make the decisions on where the lines will be drawn. And, you know, you may choose when you're in a region to create 2 or 3 different sets of maps based on what you've heard, based on the public comment and the communities of interest that you've determined. So within the mapping sessions, again, we are awaiting our racially polarized voting analyst is awaiting the data that she needs Some of that data is in your data set, just the population information. She needs additional information to do her work. So at the beginning of a mapping session, we'll have the chair announce the region and district type being discussed for the public record, which makes sense. EDS would open and display the mapping software, show the region being discussed with the communities of interest overlaid on that. And the chair would also let the public know where we're working when we come back from breaks. So first, after the VRA and the RPV analysis, a review of the communities of interest in the process. So those will be discussed, and there's a whole process for that. So we'll get to that. But hoping we can find consensus on where communities of interest lie. Some of the public comment will be different. Some of the maps will be different that you've received for communities of interest. So as long as you can figure out as a commission where you want those plotted on a map, we are proposing something named F for final, and then a number in the naming convention. So you won't have maybe 20 of the same map in the same area. It's very hard to see on a map, but you may have a final one that is that region that has been clearly detailed by the people who've made public comment to us. So even after COIs, again, consultation with the RPV and the VRA consultants, they will be with us throughout this entire process, making sure that everything that's done is needed. All the information that needs to be considered is considered. And remember the repository that all the major decisions and rationale will be cataloged. So as decisions are made, even recommendations, I mean, we won't make final decisions till the end. But as we move through and decide that we like this draft of a map, we're going to hold that thought. We'll get together the rationale for that. So when we go back to version, 1, we'll remember what was done and why it was done. If commissioners want to draw individual maps, certainly they may make an individual presentation on the map they draw. And again, it's just that one day prior. Do it 24 hours prior to a meeting, if at all possible. If we've drawn a district in a meeting and you're like, I really don't think that's the way we should be going. I've seen communities of interest here. I've seen other data that shows we should be doing something different. You have a strong feeling, then by all means, draft a map, submit it ahead of time so it can be discussed in the next meeting. So it's a fluid process. It will be always moving. Things will be shifting. Moving on to page 8.
Could I ask a question?
Sure.
We don't have any time built into this schedule at all for people to do prep work. So we have Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday meetings. But yet you're saying we should be reviewing COIs before the meeting. So when are we going to do that? I would rather see a schedule where we maybe have Monday to do prep work, and then we map Tuesday, Wednesday, and then maybe we have Thursday to do more prep work, and then, or maybe have half-day meetings. But I don't realistically see, looking at this schedule, where we're going to have time after being in a meeting from 10 to 5, eat dinner, go back to, if we're in a hotel room or travel, to have any significant time to give any considered thought to any COIs. I think we're all going to be just winging it because there's just no time built in to prep. We need time to prep. If you want to have us review things ahead of time, we need that time built into the schedule as well, rather than just having, and I know you didn't put times on these meetings, but I'm just concerned that we've got a really compressed schedule and no time to do the homework.
Noted. Yes.
Commissioner Riches?
Just in response, I've been kind of loud about this the whole time. This is what we've been hired to do, and that is what weekends are for. So we're gonna have to be doing these maps, and we can do our personal stuff and do our research and do our homeworks when we're not in a public meeting. We can do that on the weekends.
Well, I think that that's your personal choice. I mean, to me, that's an arbitrary, self-imposed requirement. Sure, we could work 80 hours a week to get something done, or we could say, well, let's spend a little more time and do it more deliberatively and slow our roll, so to speak, rather than try to cram a bunch in. I mean, my personal experience being a litigator and having lived that life where you're working 100-hour weeks, I can tell you that kind of work results in shoddy workmanship every time. And I see Kim and John nodding over there. But yeah, I want to make sure we are being attentive to the public comments, and that's the root of the concern. If we don't have time to look at those public comments, then we're not considering them. We're not deliberating on them. We're ignoring them. And it would be a tragedy to this process to not have that time.
And there are a couple things happening with public comments. Last evening, document number 20, which if you got to it, is an index of the emailed and written public comment that we have received that our executive assistant put together for you, if there was any geographical reference in that. So counties, townships, cities, that is one index. The work that Moon is doing with the communities of interest to help summarize the public comment tool, that will be another resource for you. Sarah Martinez, our executive assistant, is moving on to regular meetings. She'll do the same sort of index that she has done for the written and emailed public comment. So we are doing our best to provide resources for you in order to be able to incorporate that information rather than you reading every piece of public comment that's been received since the inception of the commission starting now. And I see Sarah's hand.
Go ahead, Ms. Reinhardt.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just wanted to provide additional context to your comments, Commissioner Satella and Commissioner Witches as well. I think that, of course, there is preparation that will need to be done for every mapping session to refresh yourself on public comment and communities of interest. But I would also argue that the commission has been preparing for this essentially since you were seated. You've reviewed public comment all along the way up until this point. You've sat through many public hearings where members of the public come and testify before you about what it is they want done in their communities. So many of these themes that you'll be revisiting when you review public comment are not foreign to you. You're very familiar, intimately familiar with them. And unfortunately, the reality with the delayed census means that our time that we have here is very compressed. And the timeline as it is laid out is very conscious of the filing deadline, which we had Jonathan Brader with the Bureau of Elections present about to you a few months ago, and telling you all about the update to the qualified voter file, which under normal circumstances, I believe he stated takes 6 months for them to complete. But as you can see in this timeline, they will have not even a fraction of that time. So unfortunately, just because of the delayed census, the reality is that there is not enough time for this process to really be expanded beyond what you see before you. Thank you.
Commissioner Eid.
I think that Ms. Reinhardt brings up a great point. And, for me, it kind of goes back to that 45-day window of the 45-day window that the public will have to comment on whatever maps we propose. So we need to make sure we get that proposal right. We shouldn't be going back and having to edit it 3, 4, 5 times and then resetting the 45-day window, because if that happens, then our partners at the Department of State aren't going to be able to turn those maps into ballots. So it is not optimal that we have the timeline that we have, but that is that's what we got. And I think we just got to move forward and do the best we can under these circumstances.
See.
Can we, yeah, because I really hear what you're suggesting, Rebecca, that we don't want to have shoddy workmanship. I wonder if we can keep walking through this, but I do feel like there may be ways if we can agree on this process or understand what we're going through. I wonder if there are ways that we as commissioners can help each other or figure out ways to I'm not sure how to talk about it, but I feel like breaking it up or not breaking it up, because I know we don't want to have I'm not talking about subcommittees. I am talking about how do we help each other? How do we communicate with each other so that we can make sure that every public comment is justified and that we're not breaking down, that we're right, because it's going to become stressful. I think we all know that, right? And I think that's what you're getting at, right, Commissioner Satella, is that if we're not going to make good decisions. We're not going to remember if we're breaking down. So somehow we're helping each other. Yeah, but without trying not to be too wordy, but I feel like maybe we do have the parameters we have, and we have to somehow, get through it together as best we can.
All right, I'll hand it back to you to Executive Director Hammersmith.
Also, we have not determined time for meetings yet. So, and in some ways, we don't know how long is it going to take to map a district? How long is it going to take, in this region? Maybe we can blow through some areas a little more quickly, maybe some not so quickly,
Well,
depending on what we see. So
I would suggest the less prepared people are, the longer the process is going to take. If people are coming in prepared and they already have something in their minds, I think it will go a lot faster than if people are trying to look at things during the meeting. That's my concern, is we can be more efficient if we build in prep time. Like even on our Monday meetings, we normally don't start those till noon. That's prep time, but I just don't want to see the schedule come out where we're meeting from 9 to 5 every single day, because I don't think that's efficient. And I don't think we're going to get a good quality product out of that at all. I mean, that's just my suggestion, because like I said, you haven't set the times yet. So something to consider, maybe Monday and Wednesday, build in prep time. So we have a little time to sit and think about things.
thank you. Appreciate that. Okay, I'm going to move to page 10. Deliberations of draft proposed maps for public hearing. So this occurs the last week in September. So again, research and review. The commissioners will, on their own time, review, research, and take notes on the collaborative maps and any additional public comment that has come in since those were drafted. Additional alternative maps, can certainly look at those also. Then again, some deliberation sessions that week. So this is where you may have 5 or 6 plans and want to get it down to 2 or 3 to present for public hearings. Whatever this commission decides is the most appropriate number to put out, or the most appropriate maps to put out for the public to respond to. So in those sessions, there will be map adjustments. The commission will have to determine the number of proposed maps, review all the draft maps that are out there at that point in time. And then we suggested a voting process on page 11, where of all these maps, each commissioner could vote on the number of proposed maps plus 2. So for example, you say we want to put out 3 state house maps for consideration by the public, especially during the public hearings. Then you would get 5 votes for all the maps in the hopper. And from that, then there would be around 2 of voting, where the number of preferred maps would be selected again, just to confirm that would be agreed upon. And each commissioner would vote for 3 of their most preferred maps if the number was 3. So let's say we want to put out 3 state house maps, everybody gets 3 votes. And we'd look at a voting process for that. So just food for thought again. Moving to page.
Apologies for the interruption. I just wanted to note that Commissioner Lang has her hand raised. Thank you.
Commissioner Lang?
As far as the voting, this is on the collaborative votes, correct? The ones that the commission does as a whole, not individual maps, if they so choose to do them. Is that correct?
These would be any maps on the table for consideration. So it could be a map from an individual commissioner, and it could be any of the maps drawn in the collaborative process. So again, there may be 10 maps in the hopper for State House.
Okay, but
And then you'd have to whittle it down.
but to be presented to the public, again, I guess I'm getting confused with that one part of the Constitution where it says, if we cannot come to an agreement, then each commissioner can submit a set of their own maps for consideration and we vote on them at that time. Well, if that's the case, if commissioners are going to do their own maps, shouldn't they all of those maps that potentially could be voted on be presented to the public at the same time? Do you understand what I'm
Counsel?
saying? Is it?
Yep, General Counsel's going to weigh in.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. That's an excellent question, Commissioner Lang. So there are multiple opportunities in the Constitution for individual commissioners to submit their individual plans. The first is in subsection 9, where this is prior to the second round of public hearings. So during this draft mapping process, when the collaborative maps are being created by the commission as a body, again, that's the mandate in the Constitution, is that the commission create the maps. So there is no requirement that individual commissioners create any maps. The choice and the option and the authorization for that is first found again in subsection 9, where those can be proposed for consideration. I believe the section that Commissioner Lang is referring to is under subsection 14, when we move to the vote, if there is not a majority vote as set forward in the Constitution, and the alternate process for adoption of maps comes forward. That is another opportunity for individual commissioners, if they so choose, to submit one map for each district type. So there is a distinction between the two. Again, without knowing how many collaborative maps, how many alternate draft maps that the commission, an individual commissioner would choose to submit, it's difficult to speculate on numbers, but hopefully that gives you an idea of the distinction between those two areas in the Constitution where that option is presented.
So just to clarify further, in theory, an individual commissioner could submit their map as part of sort of the pre-September drafting period. And maybe their map gets voted down and then we all end up not agreeing on a map. They could then submit that same map or a different map. Am I understanding that correctly?
Correct, Madam Chair. So the scenario would be, or I would also offer your colleagues would co-opt your alternate draft map as the preferred map, and it would make it into that voting cycle that the executive director just outlined, where the field would be narrowed to in a voting fashion, the field would be narrowed to the maps that are actually published to go into the second round of public hearings. So yes, there is another opportunity for individual commissioners to submit their individual maps if they so choose. And again, an option that could also happen is that their maps could be co-opted by the body.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, if we have, let's say, 4 maps and we have to choose one to bring forward, I would recommend that we use the ranked choice voting method that we previously used in selecting certain things. So in other words, all the commissioners vote on the 4, drop the lowest, re-vote on the 3, drop the lowest, and then vote for the final.
Commissioner Lett.
I think, and Rhonda can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think Rhonda is getting to the point of, if I don't like any of your maps, then I can submit my own map, and that's going to go out on the roadshow. Is that correct, Council?
General Counsel?
That is certainly an option that the commission could pursue. Although
I think that's an option by the amendment that the individual can pursue.
And I would also add that all of the individually created maps will need to go through the same analysis process as the collaborative maps that are being created by the body. So compliance with the criteria, the reflecting the communities of interest as incorporated by the commission and that. But yes, Commissioner, through the chair to Commissioner, that yes, that is correct.
And if I may, Madam Chair, apologies. In addition to what General Counsel Pastula just said, the Constitution requires that prior to public hearings, when our draft proposed maps are published for viewing by the public during those hearings, that they require the publishing of the map, the data, and a legal description for each draft that's proposed or put forth for public comment. And I just want to kind of go into a little bit of detail about what that is. It's a lengthy, time-consuming process for each map. Now, we've allotted here an amount of time that we believe, based on conversations with your staff and with your consultants, is acceptable to produce those legal descriptions that accompany those maps. But just want to make sure that the commission is aware that an increase in the volume of maps produced for public hearings would also mean an equal amount of increase in the volume of data and legal descriptions that would need to accompany those.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. Commissioner Lett, go ahead.
But I don't disagree with anything that's been said here. I think the point being that if an individual commissioner is not satisfied with what maps are being put forth, they do have the right under the amendment to put forth their own map. They have to comply with everything else that the commission has to comply with in order to do that, though. Thank you.
I do need some clarification, and Executive Director or General Counsel, either one of you can provide this. So with respect to maps that we've received on the portal, do we at any point need to vote on those as well as part of this deliberation process? Or is that something like maybe an individual commissioner, if there was one they particularly liked, could bring forward for consideration? Because I know, like, for example, we just received two very detailed sets of maps from two different organizations. I mean, do we have to vote on those, or are they just submitted and then if we like them, we can move them forward? I just want to know what the process is.
So thank you, Madam Chair. That's an excellent question as well. The mapping process document before you contemplates that those would be considered during the evaluation and incorporation of public comment, and the maps that are submitted by the public, whether those be community of interest maps, district maps, statewide maps, regional maps, whatever is submitted by a member of the public. So the proposed process would have those being considered and discussed by commissioners during that prep time when you're discussing the mapping in the area that you're in on that date.
Okay, thank you. All right, Executive Director.
Okay, I'm going to move forward then to page 12 of this document on public hearings and debriefings. There's a list of the public hearings. Again, you would look at each area and look at the certainly look at the public comment received prior to the public hearing for that area, even though that some of the comments may be outside of where we are. Listen and note during the meetings. Again, these public hearings will be listening tours. If public comment participants wish to share their maps, we're going to ask for their map ID on the portal. So then EDS will have a list of those and they will be able to bring them up in the meeting. So people attending those public hearings can see those. At this point, too, commissioners will have an opportunity to ask a question. So if you're unclear where something is on the map, you're going to want to ask. If you feel that's a community of interest that should be put on a map, you're going to want to know where the lines for that community of interest lie. So that would be a very important thing that you might want to ask. And then we would build time into unfinished business of the next meeting to make sure that we had a short list of what was heard in that public hearing and what you might consider changing later when you get back to the next round of deliberations. So I'm going to move right to page 14, which is that deliberations. So there's a very short window allowed there for deliberations on the proposed maps that would be put forth ahead of that 45-day period of public comment. So again, it involves determining the number of proposed maps you want to put forward, review the draft proposed maps, vote on them, and then review the final communities of interest. They will always be there for us to look at. And then draft any adjustments that you might want to make to those maps that you'd put out prior. So at that point, the commission would have to vote by a majority vote as to which maps would be put out for public comment. So again, it doesn't have to be only one for each type of district. You could still put out 2 or 3 different maps at that point if you so choose for each type of district.
I'm sorry, Commissioner Orton.
So, see if I got this right. So it's going to take some time for our experts that we've hired to get all the legal description and everything ready during that time. And Ms. Reinhardt said that we've been given into the calendar has been put a certain amount of time for that. How many maps is that considering? Like I'm wondering what you were thinking as far as how many maps can be done within that time period.
Madam Chair.
Plans, I guess.
Please proceed, General Counsel.
Thank you. And I apologize for jumping in, Commissioner Orton. The staff did not have, in consultation with the consultants, we did not discuss any number of maps. It will be at least 3. And we did not have any considerations or discussion of what that number is. Staff is committed to providing the required information for the number that the commission adopts. And again, like all the time frames that are set forth in this proposed schedule, they are subject to shift. Things could happen sooner. Things might take a couple days longer. I mean, it's just such a dynamic process that would be my response to that. But no, there were no number of maps discussed.
So if we choose to put forth 4 of each type, for instance, we might run longer on time. It might not be able to be done in time. I'm just wondering.
I think going back to the discussion that was just occurring earlier is much like the commissioners themselves, staff and your consultants will make every effort. The requirements are clear in the Constitution, what needs to be done. So that is what will be done as expeditiously as possible so that the public has the benefit of the information as soon as possible.
Commissioner Rothorn, did you have a comment or Mr. Brace?
The only thing that I would mainly comment upon is your comments and desires to have legal descriptions of districts. Those are not easy. They're not easy to create. There's some automations that have gone on in terms of some of that, but there's a lot of proofing of that sort of thing. So thinking that you might want to have legal descriptions of every district combinations or whatever, you're talking about a long time period for that.
Our General Counsel, are we required to have a legal description? And when we're talking about legal descriptions, just to clarify, like when I think of a legal description, I think of like Mets and bounds and so
Right.
is that what we're talking about?
That's what I'm talking about,
Okay.
and which is what, but
Yeah.
Go ahead,
No,
General
it's
Counsel.
not Mets
No.
and bounds.
good. Okay. Thank God. For your sake as well as all of ours. Yes.
But Sorry for the
Go ahead,
interruption.
Ms.
This
Reinhardt.
is Sarah Reinhardt with the Michigan Department of State. But to answer your question, Commissioner Sattelli, yes, it is a constitutional requirement for several stages that a legal description be supplied for every plan. Thank you.
Thank you. Kent, did you have a question or comment?
Well, my question about the legal description is meets and bounds, or would like a census block list contained in each district suffice as a description? I know in some states they're doing that. They just list the blocks for each district, the census block number as the early description of the district.
General Counsel?
We go. No, again, this has already been analyzed and it apparently was not shared with our mapping consultants. No, it's not a meets and bounds. There is a map that was published in the prior redistricting cycle to meet this requirement that we were referring to and utilizing. So it is not the standard for individuals watching when you purchase real property and the meets and bounds about what your boundaries are pursuant to a land survey. That is not what this is referring to. So, and again, that would be consistent with how this data has been provided in the past to be useful and to useful to the public, to the commission, and also to the clerks and the downstream individuals working in this issue, as well as the candidates themselves on what district they will be in.
Thank you, General Counsel. All right, I think we're back to you, Sue.
Okay. Moving on to page 16, then the adoption of the final maps. This is scheduled for December 30th. That is why the schedule is so compressed that this vote will happen before the end of the year in order to assist the Board of Elections in starting their process. So on December 30th, we will hold a meeting. And the rules are in the Constitution, basically. So the plans have to be tested before any are put forward. The commission has to provide the public notice, which has been done for 45 days. And then there's a final decision. And this is the point that requires the 2 votes from each representatives of each party and 2 votes from a non-affiliated party person. And then if you can't agree, then steps 1, 2, and 3 in the little letters under C would describe the plan. And that is where individual commissioners can then also put forth a map at that point in time. But I have the utmost confidence that this body will be able to come to agreement on final plans. So just saying, I know you can do it. I want to move right into then the appendices really quickly. The redistricting process, you're going to notice on page 2 looks differently. You asked last week, Commissioner Clark, to draft a chart for you to use in considering communities of interest. In early conversation, we were struggling because a lot of the questions in the process document, which I believe follows this, were not necessarily yes or no questions. So it's difficult with an either or how to create a process flow chart. So MC also helped with this process, and this is the process that we felt we could bring forward as far as a flow chart. So first of all, there's discussion of communities of interest from all public comment sources. So the letters that are mailed, the emails, the verbal public comments, the public comment tool are all considered when we talk about communities of interest. So first we look at, do these comments adequately describe the community of interest? If you can't figure out what they're talking about or where you're talking about, then you can refer that back to staff to try to get more information, but that would be the only thing that could be done. You can't make it up. If the public comments do adequately describe the COI, you can move forward to ask, does the data confirm the COI description? So does the data complement what's being talked about here? If it's 180 degrees, something isn't right. So if it doesn't confirm, then the no goes back to trying to get more information. If it's yes, then the question asked would be, are communities of interest boundaries sufficient to keep the COI intact? So it can't be, my COI is the state of Michigan. Well, yeah, those boundaries are intact, but it's not going to work for mapping purposes. If you can get a yes to that last question or all three of those questions, then there's consideration for putting that as one of those final COIs on the map that we talked about. And if there is inaccurate or insufficient information, you may just move that to a repository where it could be considered later if further clarification is provided or found. But if you can't consider it, if you don't have adequate information to consider it, it will just have to be set aside. So that's what was inserted into a smaller block that I think originally just said discussion of COI. So that describes the process a little more. And maybe Doug or MC have additional comments on that they'd like to share.
Commissioner Clark?
No, I think that was a satisfactory explanation. Let me just comment though on the colors. The red's going to be changed back to blue. I did that as red because those are the things we added. And the green referenced the document that Sue originally had done, and those three green blocks are going to go away too, as well. If this gets approved, so that's the only comments I got.
Thank
MC,
you.
do you have any?
All right, carry on.
Thank you. So on page 21 is the original communities of interest and public comment process and considerations document. And we felt it was important to leave this in as a resource because there are some questions that you can't put on a flow chart. I mean, it's not always yes or no. Sometimes there are different considerations. So I will leave this to you to look at. But for example, when you get into step one, when you make the first assessment, do comment submissions describing this community of interest agree or conflict? That's not something you can put into a flow chart. Flow chart has to have a yes or no answer to move forward or backwards. So anyway, those are things for consideration. Does the supplemental data agree or conflict? So again, we wanted to leave this intact, so it was there as a reference for you. On page 23. Mapping software guidelines regarding a quorum. During the mapping process, it's very important that there is no quorum created outside of an open meeting, as you well know, or a constructive quorum by you sharing with someone who shares with someone who shares with someone, and eventually you have quorum. So you all know that. It's just here just to remind you that that intentional sharing should probably not be done. It should be brought forth to the whole body if you're creating something. So then the whole body can have the consideration and the discussion in the open meeting. You can't modify another commissioner's map. However, you can clone a map and make it distinguishable by creating a new name for it. So realize that's something that could be done. And we'll provide for you a naming process in order to do that. You can take a map off the public comment portal and start with that draft and put your initials on it just to say you started with that and you edit it in these ways based on the public comment that you heard. So again, it's a free flowing and moving process. Just have to make sure that you're not importing maps on the portal that somebody gave you when you met it you were at some meeting, anything that gets put into the mapping software from an outside source should go to EDS. And then this commission should decide whether they want to consider that.
Commissioner Lang has a question, if it's all right if I interrupt you at this point. Commissioner Lang?
I don't have a question, but I just got a message in the chat thing. Erin, her video is off because of unstable internet, but she has a question.
Commissioner Wagner?
Thank you, Chair and Commissioner Lang. Sue Ann, I do have a question. You had mentioned that insufficient or inaccurate documentation would move to the not enough information repository. And my question is, how will the public have access to that? So how will they know that they need to provide more information on a map they submit if it's been moved to that repository?
If it was inadequate information or insufficient information, staff would reach out to them and
Okay.
ask for additional information.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. Executive Director Hammersmith.
Okay, the next document provided for you is the 10 regional plan with all the counties. So another geography lesson for all of us, but again, we worked at a county level when the regions were drawn. So EDS, Mr. Brace provided that for us so we can see what counties we'll be considering when we start to work in a region. Again, knowing that those are regions, those are not mapping districts, but those are regions simply to help the work along, and lines surely will be drawn inside and outside of those regions as you go along. Lastly, there are, well, not last, I think I'm almost there though. There are 2 documents just for reference points. One on consensus and one on getting to yes. It's a great book on negotiation, which I think might help you work together. I'd love to do a presentation on that. However, we haven't had enough time in a meeting yet to do so. So maybe someday I will get to that. And the last document is called Significant Line Drawing Decisions. And this is where we are in the repository creating a living document with major changes that you make along the way to your process. So that's it.
Thank you. I can tell a lot of work went into this. I know you guys spent a lot of time on it. Are there any additional questions for our executive director? At this time, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution 2021-0806, approve the MICRC mapping process and procedures if someone is so willing.
So moved.
A motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? And Aaron, feel free to speak up if you have something to say, because I can't see if you have your hand raised. All right, seeing none, let's go ahead and move ahead with our vote on the motion to adopt resolution 2021-0806, approve MICRC mapping process and procedures. If you are in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Aye. If you are opposed, please raise your hand and say nay.
Nay.
So 2 nays. I was gonna say, you gotta say something, guys. Commissioner Wagner, could you verbally indicate what your vote was?
I voted aye.
I did aye. Okay, so we have by a vote of 10-2, the ayes prevail and the resolution is adopted. At this point, we are a little behind schedule. We're at 2:06. Do we want to take a break at this time for 15 minutes or do we want to proceed? Okay. Without objection, we will take a recess for 15 minutes at this time. It is currently 2:06 p.m. So without objection, we will recess for 15 minutes. Hearing no objections, we will recess until 2:20. Thank you. I call the meeting of the MICRC back to order at 2:22 PM. For the purposes of the public watching and for the public record, I will turn to Department of State staff to take note of the commissioners present.
Hello, Commissioners. Please say present when I call your name. As always, if you're attending the meeting remotely, please disclose your physical location unless your absence is due to military duty. I will start with Doug Clark,
Present.
Juanita Curry, Anthony Eade,
Present.
Brittany Kellum, Rhonda Lang,
Present, attending remotely from Reed City, Michigan.
Steve Lett,
Present.
Cynthia Orton,
Present.
MC Rothhorn,
Present.
Rebecca Satella,
Present.
Janice Villette,
Present.
Aaron Wagner,
Present, attending remotely from Charlotte, Michigan.
Richard Weiss,
Present.
Dustin Witches.
Present.
Sarah.
I'll return to Juanita Curry. Thank you, Commissioner Curry. 12 commissioners are present and there is a quorum.
Thank you, Ms. Reinhardt. All right, we are at our new business on our agenda. So we will move on to new business item 6A. Oh. Our general counsel has not yet returned from the break, so we will move on to the next item, which is new business item 6B, communications and outreach action items. Edward Woods III. Please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Mr. Woods, I apologize for interrupting. Can you ensure your
Oh,
microphone is
sorry.
on?
There we
Thank
go.
you.
Last week, we talked about the direct mail campaign. We just need approval to elicit informal bids for a mail service for the direct mail campaign. If there's any questions, I can take them at this time.
Any questions? If there are no questions, I would entertain a motion to approve 2021-08-12 approval for informal bids for direct mail.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Clark. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead with our vote. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and resolution 2021-08-12 is adopted.
Thank you. The next
Apologies
one,
for the interruption again. Madam Chair, I would just request Commissioner Wagner clarify her vote verbally.
Commissioner Wagner, did you vote yes or no?
Yes, I voted yes.
Thank you. Please proceed,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Woods.
Appreciate it. The next one is, as you know, we're coming up on our second round of public hearings. And so we are want to solicit our promotional consultants to help with media and engagement in our second round of public hearings. And so we are doing the same process as before. One will focus on Southeast Michigan, and then the other will focus on the rest of the state. And just so that we're clear, most of this money will be coming out of the new budget, not the current budget, because as you know, the new budget starts October 1st.
Commissioner Lang.
Edward, are the bids going to be open to everybody, or are you contacting the PR firms that you had before?
Everyone.
Okay, thank you.
Any additional comments or questions for Edward about that proposal? At this time, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution 2021-08-13, approve issuance of bid request for promotional consultants.
So moved.
Oh, MC, did you have a question? No. Oh, okay. Motion made by Commissioner Rothhorn, seconded by Commissioner Curry. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we have a motion made by Commissioner Rothorn, seconded by Commissioner Curry to approve resolution or adopt resolution 2021-0813, approve issuance of bid request for promotional consultants. If you are in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. If you are opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. And Commissioner Wagner, if you could please indicate your vote.
I voted aye.
Thank you. The ayes prevail and the resolution is adopted. Handing it back to you, Mr. Woods.
Thank you. In light of the commission's approval, we want to do an outstanding job of promoting our second round of public hearings. And so we want to start in mid-September. This is another one where the bulk of the money will start after October 1st, but we need to get on the media schedule. Being a government entity, we are able to take advantage of the government program through the Michigan Association of Broadcasters, the Michigan Press Association, and the New Michigan Media. And so I'm seeking approval for media buys for the second round of public hearings.
Thank you very much, Mr. Woods. Any question for Mr. Woods? If not, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution 2021-0814, approve media buys for public hearings. Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lutt. Is there any discussion or debate on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead with our vote. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please
Aye.
raise your hand. There you go. Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the resolution is adopted. So that's 2021-0814. Back to you, Mr. Woods.
Yes, and then the last one I have is dealing with translation services. The state has a contract that they've already done for translation services. For 250 words or less, it's 11 cents per, for 250 words or less, it's $28 per page. If it's more than 250 words on a page, it's 11 cents per word. For non-Spanish, it's 14 cents per word if it's more than 250 words per page, or $35. This has been properly bidded out through the state's RFP process, and we're able to join that rate with regards to translation that we may need to do. And so I'm seeking approval for contract resolution services as outlined in resolution 2021-815.
Thank you, very much, Mr. Woods. Commissioner Lang, did you have a question?
Just for my clarification, what are they translating? I'm sorry, but
They would translate our promotional materials, anything that we have as needed. So that's in Spanish, it could be in Bengali, what have you. We just wanted to have the option to have translation services or promotional materials, specifically as it relates to our upcoming second round of public hearings, but any other thing that might be informational to explain Michigan's new redistricting process.
okay, thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, hearing none, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution 2021-0815, approved contract for translation services. Was that you? Motion made by Commissioner Lutt, seconded by Commissioner Witches. So we have a motion and a second to approve resolution 2021-0815, approved contract for translation services. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's move ahead with our vote. If you are in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. If you're opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion passes. The resolution is adopted. Thank you very much. Anything else?
Thank
Mr.
you so
Wood?
much.
You're
Appreciate it.
welcome.
And I think
All
you have
right.
about 15 minutes back.
All right, we are going to bop back up into our agenda to go back up to 6A, General Counsel action items. If there are no objections, I will ask General Counsel Julianne Pastula to cover agenda item 6A, items 1 through 3. Hearing no objection, please proceed.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. The first item listed on that portion of the agenda under new business is proposed revisions to the procurement guidelines that the commission adopted in February of this year. The proposed changes are to add a hybrid request for proposal process for expert witness or legal services in excess of $50,000. This would not replace the RFP process that's also listed. It would just merely be another option for the commission. And I'll detail that with more, I'll provide greater details on that in a second. The other changes under request for proposals under section 5A subpart 7, in dealing with the main request for proposal process, the details have been provided about what staff evaluation process consists of and how staff conducts their review prior to turning all of that information over to the entire commission. So we thought that detail was helpful, and that was at the suggestion of Ms. Reinhardt. So we definitely appreciated that feedback. The bids, moving on to the informal 3-bid process where the commission would require 3 informal bids consistent with the resolutions just adopted for direct mail and promotional consultants that Mr. Woods will be engaging in. There's clarification that the executive director is required to solicit additional bids to receive a minimum of 3 bids or provide a written statement as to the efforts made to obtain additional bids and why those efforts were unsuccessful. In a moment, we'll talk about the paralegal procurement contract, and that was an instance where the bidding did not meet those thresholds. Lastly, not lastly, but also again, inserting that review process undertaken by staff so that the details are set forth on how that is approached. And then the addition again of a hybrid process for expert witness or legal services, 50,000 and above, is adding subpart D. This subpart mirrors the RFP process set forth in subpart A. The hybrid RFP would be posted for a minimum of 10 days instead of 17. It would require that the RFP be forwarded to a minimum of 4 potential vendors directly, in addition to being posted and pushed out in the Sigma section, the Sigma system of the state procurement. So it would not supplant the competitive bid process. It would just require that the potential, the RFP be pushed out to at least 4 potential vendors for their considerations. And they would reply similar to any other individual or entity. The bidder questions are maintained, the evaluation process is maintained, and the vote is all maintained. Again, the only addition is that it would be pushed out again to select vendors. Commissioners could select those vendors, or could suggest those vendors as well. And the minimum would be 4, there is no maximum. So those would be the modifications that I would propose. And final to the award or final decision section, the suggested language that the contract activities cannot start until the final resolution is adopted by the MICRC and all of the contract documentation has been fully executed. The MICRC can suspend any requirement in these procedures except for those contained in sections D and E for specific solicitations upon majority vote. So those would be the proposed amendments for your consideration, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Any questions or comments?
I have a question. This is
Go ahead,
Commissioner
Erin.
Wagner.
Yep.
Thank you. Julianne, for those vendors that these RFPs would be pushed out to, is there a pool that we draw from, or how does that transpire?
That's an excellent question, Commissioner Wagner. The pool, it would depend on what the services would be. Again, for an expert witness service, what is the service that the commission is in need of seeking to support their efforts? For legal services, is there a discrete area of law that's needed? And those vendors would be identified based on the services needed by the commission. Again, the Sigma system by the state pushes it out to all of the vendors listed under very broad headings. So that would also be utilized, as well as the posting on the MICRC website. So that would, those individual vendors or potential vendors would be identified by the services needed and move forward from that point.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? If there are no additional questions, I would entertain a motion to adopt Resolution 2021-0809, approved draft revised procurement guidelines. Motion made by Commissioner Lett. Second by Commissioner Rothorn. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's move ahead with our vote. All in favor of adopting Resolution 2021-0809, approved draft revised procurement guidelines, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. And I note for the record that Commissioner Wagner affirmatively responded aye. The motion carries. The resolution is adopted. Thank you very much. Moving on to local council RFP, general counsel.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Before you for consideration is the key deliverables for an RFP for the commission to consider engaging local counsel. So last week, the commission engaged litigation counsel to handle the challenges to the redistricting maps and other redistricting litigation that might arise during the commission's work. The commission has engaged an out-of-state firm. So this request is to identify local counsel that can be of service to the commission for Michigan, for items that would come up under Michigan law, specifically election law, our open meetings laws, our freedom of information laws, where Baker Hostetler, while eminently qualified in redistricting, would, I think for them to get up to speed on the Michigan specific laws that, again, do not impact redistricting. This would be a kind of a middle tier of your legal team, that this would be a prudent way to move forward and in a way to, again, assist, be a part of the legal team to assist our work moving forward. The RFP for key deliverable 1 asks for a minimum of 3 cases. Again, the commission has already selected litigation counsel. So this would get to just demonstrating that they do in fact go to court, which is what we would need. And the experience in Michigan election law and government law experience. Key deliverable 2 is consistent in identifying the key personnel. And key deliverable 3 is, again, the critical conflict disclosures and political contribution disclosures and lobbying work, if any, by the entity bidding. Again, the disclosures do not preclude consideration, so we made sure to always include that disclaimer. But again, this is envisioned to be where matters are not appropriately handled by myself individually, but that do not necessarily rise to the level of needing Baker Hostetler to step in and represent us on our behalf for, again, specifically Michigan issues. So I'm open to answer any questions the commission may have.
Commissioner Lett.
Isn't Baker Hostetler going to require local counsel?
They can, yes, they can get, I could PHV them in, technically you could too, but but I wouldn't recommend that. So no, that certainly, you know, when analyzing the options, having local counsel for them to coordinate with would be the easiest solution.
Commissioner Rothorn.
What's PHV?
It would enable a person who's not licensed to be able to pro hoc vici to come in and practice.
Oh, that explains it.
So there's an RFP for local counsel. I spared the commission the analysis that went into advancing the suggestion and the proposal to engage counsel, but that is a key portion of it.
Commissioner Eid.
If we had chosen litigation counsel that resided in Michigan, would this hire be necessary?
Through the chair to Commissioner Eid, I think that would depend on the firm that would have submitted a bid to that proposal and where their expertise lied and where their strengths were. Again, the litigation counsel proposal was focused on it rightfully had a focus on redistricting litigation experience because that will fill the need of the commission. But so it would be entirely dependent on the response received, what type of experience they had. I know for VRA counsel, there were some vendors that had election law experience and other types of experience that would have been useful to the commission in those respects. So it's always driven by the bid received.
Commissioner Lett.
Commissioner Reed, the other thing that you would want to consider is the type of questions that we may use local counsel for. We don't need to be paying $900 or $1,000 an hour for some Washington DC silk stocking lawyer to come in here and do some local work.
Any additional questions?
There's nothing wrong with silk stockings, by the way.
Right. Seeing no other questions, at this time, I would entertain a motion to approve resolution 2021-0810, approve local council RFP.
Madam Chair?
Yes.
If the motion could clearly reflect if the commission would like to engage in the RFP process, the more traditional RFP process that we have utilized in the past, or the brand new hybrid process that the commission just voted to adopt.
Go ahead, Commissioner Rothorn.
My understanding of the hybrid process, or maybe the advantage, is because we have had slim response or slim responses. And so if you believe it's I guess I'm hoping that you will help us understand if you do believe that we may also have slim response and therefore we should use the hybrid. Or I guess I'm not sure if there's an advantage or disadvantage, but help us, please.
General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I would always expect and hope for bid responses to the commission's proposals. The hybrid process, again, has a shortened time frame for a response, so it moves a bit faster. And again, it would require documentation of which outreach was done, what vendors it was sent to. So I know that for the litigation counsel RFP, for example, that was pushed out and sent via email to all of the firms that applied for the VRA counsel solicitation that resulted in the hiring of federal compliance consulting and Mr. Adelson. So all of the firms who applied to that posting received the litigation counsel posting. So the hybrid process moves faster and it allows us to direct the RFP to individual vendors. So that would be the difference.
I would like to make that motion and suggest that we use the hybrid process. So resolution 2021.08.10, using the hybrid process, I'll move that we adopt it.
I was just going to ask for a second. So we have a motion made by Commissioner Rothorn, seconded by Commissioner Lett to amend resolution 2021-0810 to approve local council to specify that it will be using the newly adopted hybrid policy. Excuse me. All in any discussion or debate on the motion to amend the resolution? Commissioner Clark.
Yeah, could you define the hybrid process one more time?
General Counsel.
The hybrid process, I'm going to pull it up that way. I do not. The hybrid process mimics the RFP process exactly, except for the time frame to reply the posting, excuse me, is posted on the website for a minimum of 10 days. So the posting time is shortened from 17 days in the RFP process to 10 days in the hybrid process. In the hybrid, RFP is forwarded by electronic transmission as a formal invitation to bid to a minimum of 4 potential vendors on the written recommendation of your general counsel. Individual commissioners may recommend names to be considered, and the MIC or CRC approves the issuance of the invitations to bid by majority vote, so that the vendors will also come back before the commission. So that is the key distinction, Commissioner Clark, between the two processes.
Commissioner Lang.
Okay, I just listened to you, but you got to forgive me because sometimes I absorb information slowly. So what you're saying is the hybrid, you basically pick who it goes to. In a regular RFP, it goes out to a wide variety. Is that what I'm hearing? I just want to make sure I'm hearing things correctly.
General Counsel.
Yes, so the hybrid process, Commissioner Lang, will also go out to the public, will also be pushed out through the Sigma system, and will also be posted on the MICRC website. It mirrors the RFP process in that manner. The way that it's distinct is the shorter posting time on the website of 10 days. And critically, that formal invitation to bids are pushed out to individual vendors. Those vendors are selected by the commission. So I would bring names to the commission to do that. And the commissioners, individual commissioners may suggest, in this case, it would be legal firms within the state of Michigan would be the requirement that would practice in the area of public corporation, government law, public sector law, preferably. And those, after being decided on by the commission, not by me, I just promulgate the list for the commission's consideration. The commission would make the vote of what firms to send out. But again, the more the merrier, right? for being able to solicit potential vendors. I hope did that clarify for you?
She's nodding, yep. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, at this point, we are going to be voting on the motion by MC Rothorn to amend the resolution to specify that will be using the hybrid process. So all in favor of the motion to amend the resolution, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. Okay, so the ayes prevail. And the motion to amend the resolution is adopted. So at this point, I would entertain a motion to adopt the resolution 2021-0810, approve local council RFP as amended. Motion made by Commissioner Lett, approved by Commissioner Witches. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's move ahead with our vote. All in favor of adopting resolution 2021-0810, approve local council RFP as amended, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. Commissioner Wagner. Was that an aye? Was that an aye, Commissioner Wagner?
Yes, it
Thank you.
was.
All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the resolution as amended is adopted. Move. General Counsel.
Thank you, Madam Chair. The final piece of the legal puzzle today is before you a proposed contract with Robert Half Government, which is for the paralegal procurement that the commission again issued twice. They expressed an interest in bidding, but again, without the 3 bids, there was not a process to consider that type of a scenario. The commission has resolved that issue in the guidelines today, but here is the standard government contract that would reflect paralegal services on a part-time basis just through the end of December. and part-time basis would be 15 to 20 hours per week. And this would be direct assistance for general counsel in reviewing particularly the FOIA requests and the volume of documents that are being processed through that, to assist in other direct work that the commission is requesting, where again, we don't need litigation counsel, or we don't need the services of local counsel. So the pay range for these services are $50 to $75 an hour. The contract was amended to reflect that the MICRC is self-insured and to accommodate for remote work by the individual. And Exhibit B sets forth in greater detail the proposed services that would be asked of the individual should the commission decide to move forward in this manner. And I can answer any questions for the commission.
MC?
I guess I'm just acknowledging that there's an incredible amount of work that is before us, and that this will be a great support to our general counsel. So it just seems like we need to, I'll just move that we, unless there's just, I'll just move that we adopt resolution 2021.08.11.
So we have a motion by Commissioner Rothorn to adopt resolution 2021-08-11, approve paralegal contract, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's move forward with our vote. All in favor of adopting resolution 2021-08-11, approve paralegal contract, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the resolution is adopted. General Counsel, did you have anything else to present for us today?
I have nothing further. Thank you very much for your consideration and your support with these additional resources to support the critical work of the commission. And I just wanted to take this opportunity, because I will not have a staff update later, to again thank everyone who participated in the mapping process work, in particular, Ms. Reinhardt from MDOS. Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right, at this time, we're going to move on to our next agenda item. Since we've already taken a recess, we're not going to take another one. I know, I'm such a slave driver. So we're going to move on to 6G, which is new business item 6G, review of census data without objection. I will ask Mr. Kim Brace from Election Data Services to present this agenda item. Hearing no objections, please proceed, Mr. Brace.
Thank you, Madam Chairman, and I'm happy to note that we are back on time. We're starting right at 3 o'clock as the agenda says, so that's very good. I have a whole bunch of things, and so I need to check with Sarah to make sure that you're going to be able to see what I'm seeing. I need to share my screen. Am I correct? Yep, okay. All right. Okay. Minimize those and maximize this one.
So while you're working on that, I just want to note that our chair is not available today, and that as the vice chair, in the event I have to step out of the room, I would like to appoint Commissioner Clark to act as acting chair in the event I need to leave the room for any reason. Please proceed, Mr. Brace.
Okay, thank you very much. I want to talk with you about the 2020 census results that we received last Thursday. As has been noted already, we've done a lot of processing and getting things together, both for your computers as well as ours. And I wanted to show you some of the results of what we've been seeing so far. Today's talk, I want to talk to you about the PL 94-171 release that happened last week. I want to talk some about the overall population movement that we're seeing within the state and the impact that has on the counties and the regions in the state. and more importantly, the impact that it has on districts and the various districts that we have. And then I'm going to talk with you some about the demographic results that we're seeing on that side. So first off, and this is where I'm going to end up shifting back and forth, but I think I can end up doing I want to see. All right. I have a spreadsheet that I want to show you. If you recall, we have done before a question in terms of population change. And we have produced a spreadsheet that looks at some of that change. This spreadsheet, which I've sent to everyone here so that you have those and they're out on the website, has multiple tabs within them. And so first off, looking at the county tab, and this shows us the population that the Bureau is now reporting for 2020. But most importantly, we have on this exhibit, we have the top part of the spreadsheet shows the regions that you all have adopted. And then the counties underneath that. But we're utilizing the regions that you've looked at and adopted. And so what we have, the top part gives us some interesting clues on what's happening in the state. You'll see on the right-hand side, there's 2 decades worth of change that we're showing here. And it's useful to compare the two to see what's going on. So for example, the Northwest region, 10 years ago grew 5.87%. But this decade from 2010 to 2020 grew by only 4.33. So there has been some deadening of population movement. We're seeing this in the state and elsewhere around the country. Clearly, people haven't moved as much or grown as much as what they had previous decades. You take a look at Southeast. 10 years ago, that was 5.9% increase. This time it's only 4.25% increase. So you can see some of this change. Now you end up seeing in Metro Detroit, a significant change that's taking place. Last decade, it was losing population 4.4%. This decade, it's actually gained 2.2%. So there is some shifting going on this side. And I'm going to show you some maps that shows all this thing. But then you look at, for example, the West Coast. 10 years ago, it was an increase of 4.9%. This decade, it increased 7.1%. So the West Coast has seen a boom and seen an increase. And you can end up seeing that on the maps that I'm going to show you. So let's see here. For my maps that I have, I got lots of stuff here. Well, let's see here. Shut that one down, so I need to go find it again. I apologize. Stuff. Let's see. Okay. Here's the map of our regions, and we're seeing what I was just going over with you in terms of the regions. Let me zoom that out a little bit more. You see on the left-hand side is the population numbers that change, and the right-hand side is the percent change. And so graphically, what you're seeing and what we're seeing in the data is this shifting from the eastern part of the state to the western part of the state. And the Bureau documents that, but we are seeing an increase in the southern part of the state, including in Detroit Metro. Certainly, we got 85,000 more people in Detroit Metro than what we had before. So there's a shift there. The UP has lost, obviously, and all the Northeast, East Central, and the East have all lost. That's going to shift where we're looking at in terms of districts. So it's important to look at this sort of change that is taking place on that side. And all of these tables and maps are in the presentations as well as the data tables that we have up there. What we end up seeing, we can see where's my there's my county change. So we can see this indeed when we look at the individual counties and see the shift that's going on within the state. It's a little bit more detailed to see. You see where the change has happened even up in the UP, and where it's not the entire UP. In fact, Hopeton County ended up gaining a little bit from 10 years ago. But there is significant changes in other parts of the county. It's up in UP. And this does impact how we look at drawing up there on that side. You see then within the state itself, downstate, you see the change that's going on in Wayne versus suburban metro on that side. And that's significant to take a look at and be aware of. So it's shifting population and increasing and decreasing population that are all impacting what we're going to be looking at and experiencing as we draw on that side. So I wanted to give you some clues on what we're seeing on that in that regard. And okay, I think that's, so what we have then is we have, going back to this table, we're seeing not only the regional areas, but county by county population change. And all of that data is there. And in fact, we've split out some areas like what we did in our previous meetings with you. So you can see the various pieces and the change that's taken place. So the county summary tab in this spreadsheet that has been sent to everyone and is up on the website kind of gives you an overview of what you're looking at. But we're also concerned in terms of the State House and State Senate. So if we look back at my PowerPoint again, well, if I'd only followed the PowerPoint. I apologize. That's wait a minute. Hold on. had embedded them into the PowerPoint. I apologize. Okay, there we go. So we've got the regions and the counties, as I mentioned. But we also then have of how we look in terms of state senate and state house. And that impacts on the allocation of the legislative districts between the two chambers. Now, what you see here, and similar to what I had shown you before, is how many seats could logically go into, in this instance, the regions. And this is on state senate seats. So what we're seeing is that a third of a seat is likely to be gained by the west area of the state. Not a lot of change in terms of state senate, but what you end up seeing is you see a little bit more significance when you go down to the county level, and which counties would be likely to be gaining the potentials of legislative seats, and which regions and where in those counties, in those each regions. So you can begin seeing again, the gray scales are where they've been losing population and allocation of seats, while the orange and the yellowish is where they've been gaining. So again, this shifting going from the east, going to the west, that's happening in the state. You see this again in the state house data. Also, so in the state house, the western region is gaining almost a whole seat in state house over in the western part of the state. That's the most significant change you're seeing by looking down at those lower levels. You're seeing the importance of this shift that's going on. It's not going to have that much of an impact on congressional, little bit of influence on state senate, but the bigger influence will be on the state house. So it's something for you to keep in mind as we're looking at all this data. You see more so in terms of at the county level in the same way, and where within the state, and I'm sorry, within the west region of the state, where that shift is happening. It's happening in my eyesight's going bad, sorry, in Kent and Ottawa counties, and looking at that on the west side. And you certainly see in Saginaw the influence of the loss there in Flint in that regard. So this is going to end up changing how we end up looking at the state and thinking in terms of the state. And so I wanted to first off let you raise questions on this before I continue on.
Any questions? All right, please. Oh, there you go, Mr. Eid.
Yep. So looking at these maps, would it be correct to say that two important areas we have to look at are the Grand Rapids area and the suburbs of Metro Detroit? It looks like that's where a lot of people may have shifted to over the past 10 years.
Yeah. I would agree with you. Metro Detroit, it's not only Metro Detroit, but it's some spillover in Southeast also on that side. So yeah, there's going to be a lot more work that we need to do on that side in those two areas. I agree with you. Other questions?
Commissioner
Anita?
Curry.
Curry?
I hope this question doesn't sound silly, but the politicians that are over these regions and cities and everything.
Commissioner Curry, I apologize for interrupting. Would you speak more directly into the mic, please?
Yes. I'll lose my thought. The politicians that are right now over these places that are getting shifted or not shifted, whatever, are they going to still keep their amount? They won't keep their amount of area, will they?
I'm going to show you that in a second. That's a good preview. Yes. Any other questions on this information?
Seeing any.
Nope. Okay. Okay. So the next subject is your subject. Good question on that side. So the issue here is I need to issue a disclaimer on here. You need to note that I know the commission has already indicated that you want to start with a blank slate and not the current districts. I understand that. But in doing redistricting, you do at least take a look at what the existing districts are. And so that's what we're going to be doing now. But I recognize, as I say, you're going to end up starting from a blank slate. The other disclaimer that I want to say is that nothing here should be misconstrued as setting a target for individual districts. And that's related to not only the composition and the shape of the districts, but it's also in terms of the racial mix that I'm going to share with you. So it should not be viewed as any kind of target or what should be done in terms of seats on that regard. That's going to be the subject of Bruce's analysis, Lisa's analysis, all of that will help dictate that in terms of the districts. So I don't want to preface that. This is just the facts of what the data is showing.
And Madam Chair, just
General Counsel.
thank you so much. And just to complement what Mr. Brace is saying on the disclaimer page most appropriately is to highlight again, when we move into the minority population data statewide and what the census demonstrated for that. Again, for redistricting purposes, race cannot be a predominant factor. So there are so many other considerations in how that data is used, both by Lisa and Bruce going forward. So again, we're just receiving this data as where the census has indicated the minority population currently resides, or as of April 1st, 2020. So that would be the addition to the disclaimer I would make. Again, that caution about racial predominance is used as a factor in redistricting and the problems that would create. So we're just here to receive the information.
Correct. Let me go back to the spreadsheet that we have here. And we have a spreadsheet that is actually, we have two spreadsheets here. One is called the SDU, that's for the upper district, the upper chamber, the state senate districts, okay? That's the way the Census Bureau refers to state senate, and the lower chamber is the state house. So we just adopted the description from the Census Bureau's standpoint. You look at them as state senate, state house, okay? So what we have here is we can see as it relates to, in this instance, this is the lower chamber that I mentioned to you, the state house. On the deviations, we're showing the populations for each and every state house district in this table. And the deviation tab of this spreadsheet shows you for each individual district, what is the target. We know for State House, 91,612. I told you you're going to remember these numbers. But we show the total persons. What is the Census Bureau reporting in that area that forms these districts of what they were in the past decade, okay? And what we see most importantly is that indeed for the State House, you have a total deviation of 49.25%. If you remember, the courts have said that we need to keep this under 10%. So already I know from this data that you're out of whack. The state legislature is out of whack, and there has to be some change just from a one person, one vote standpoint. So it's important to recognize that, and we can end up seeing through this data table who's the highest and who's the lowest, what makes up that 49% on that side. But each of the districts contributes something to that whole mix and how you can look at it. Indeed, what the biggest difference is State House District 34 at minus 27% and State House District 38 at plus 22%. That's what forms those big margins, okay? A lot of the other districts aren't that significantly different. You know, they're within the 5%, you know, plus or minus. The thing to keep in mind in redistricting is for all those members or legislators that fall under that 5%, they're going to all tell you, oh, I don't need to change. I'm fine. You know, you don't need to change my district at all. Well, that's not really the case, because when you look at the kinds of shifts that we're seeing across the state, people are going to end up shifting. You know, you can't sit there as everything shifts around you, basically. So keep that in mind as you're doing your own drawing, that you're going to end up shifting a bunch of different circumstances. So from the State House, you've got that kind of a change. And from the upper chamber, the State Senate, your deviation is 25.7% deviation. State Senate's going to have to change too on that side. So you end up having some basic information on this deviation tab of these two spreadsheets for you to make use of and understand. Now, what we have done is try to help you out. And that is via some maps. So let me bounce back over to the spreadsheet, to my PowerPoint. Here is State Senate, okay? For these are the districts and what the deviations are for State Senate from the ideal population of 265,193. Can you see this?
We just lost this TV screen right in front of us, which is why everybody's sitting here. Is
Oh,
sort of
okay. I know
gesturing.
you guys were all looking like, what's going on here? Yeah.
Yeah, the screen in front of us just went out. So we were sort of signaling over there that it went out.
Okay.
There, it's back up.
Now it, okay, good. So here is the State Senate districts and the districts themselves. Keep in mind what this is telling us is that the gray areas are the ones that are losing population. The pink areas are where it's gaining population. These are the individual districts, okay? And we've got both, this is the raw number change. So the biggest decrease is at 37,000 people in a district. The biggest increase is 31,000 increase. You can see that in terms of overall deviations. So what you're seeing also here is how this is going to impact the legislative boundaries on that. And particularly, for example, up in the UP, you see the bigger loss in District 38 and less of a loss in 37 coming down and across the bay. That's going to have an impact. Not as much so on the state Senate, but it'll be there. But I'll show you what it really does in terms of the state house. But you can see across the state where the losses have occurred really halfway up and all the rest of the way. Well, down since Grand Rapids and south, basically, that's where your gains have been. Except down in those 16 and 7 districts, 16 and 17, you know, that's lost too, down along the border with Ohio. So you've got this dynamic going on, and it is impacting down in Wayne County, in Detroit on the far right-hand side, so that you've got significant loss down along the river, and the gains are happening outside of that area. So what's going to end up happening for when you're looking at drawing districts, that'll impact how you're going to draw those districts on that side, as this shift needs to take into account. You really see this even more so. This is the deviation. I'm sorry, not deviation. Yeah, deviation from ideal. You can end up seeing how all of that upper part of the state is all underpopulated and needs to now expand to add more people.
Okay, I was just.
That's
gonna
the
ask
key.
that. So we need to add people in those places.
That's right.
Okay,
That's right. And where do you get them?
from your over.
From your, yeah, the ones down below part of the state. So there's this shift of underpopulated districts in the north are going to have to grow to get people from where the people are now. And that's a significant factor that needs to be recognized, as well as that's the data. We can't sugarcoat it on that side, but that's what the data is telling us. So we see this in terms of state house, but as I mentioned, you see it even more so on state house. I'm sorry, not on state Senate. This is state house. And so here, I know you don't like the district shapes. Okay, I understand that. Yes, I'm aware of that. But you look at the UP has got all this loss up there in 110, 109, 108, but you get over to 107 and they've got some gain over there. So all three of these districts in UP are going to have to go into 107. Probably come down across. You've already got 107 coming across the bridge anyway. So it's going to contract a little bit because those three districts up there are going to gobble up part of 107. And then 107 is going to have to come further down into the main part of the state. That's the kind of concept that you're talking about. So you need to understand where these shifts are happening and what that's going to do in terms of how you draw the districts. And so this is where, when we looked at this data to see what the existing districts are, we've been talking about counties and townships and everything else, but you really see this even more dramatically when you look at the districts that you've got on that side. So it is important to recognize that. Now you see down in Wayne where that loss is happening in terms of the state house districts down there in Wayne and Detroit. You can see where it's predominantly up in the upper part of Wayne, not in the, certainly not in the western side of Wayne, on that side. So it's a microcosm of the overall state is happening in the same way in Wayne in that regard. So you're going to end up having to shift districts within Wayne.
Commissioner
No,
Curry, could you turn on your microphone,
I'm sorry.
please?
Yeah.
When we're adding, I know we're just adding them there, but they don't literally move
No, that's correct. What you're doing is you're adding territory.
territory. Okay.
And the people that live in that territory, but you're not moving them themselves.
Right.
You're just taking those districts so that those areas are going to be represented by somebody new.
Okay.
Okay.
Mhm.
That's the key.
Okay.
It's not, no, we're not moving people.
No, I didn't think you were,
Yeah.
but that's why I said it was a silly question.
No,
but
that's right. Good
all
question.
questions are very.
Yep. No, good question. Yep.
I'm seeing hands going up around the room. Mr. Adelson wanted to comment and Mr. Morgan wanted to comment, so you go ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, everyone. It's a pleasure to be with you again. I wanted to, when we're talking about deviations, population deviations, all of that can get pretty intimidating and confusing, but I just want to remind you of a couple of things. With congressional districts, the population deviation has to be basically zero, or as close to zero as possible. That's a US constitutional mandate. The Supreme Court in various cases involving state legislative districts has said, we still want to see the deviation as low as possible, but you do have leeway up to 10%. But what's important, 10% is not a guarantee. Just because you're 9.99% and below doesn't mean you're bulletproof, doesn't mean you have no liability, doesn't mean your plan can't be challenged successfully. The trick is, the key is explaining the rationale why. The Supreme Court, as you know, in the last redistricting cycle said compliance with the Voting Rights Act is a compelling interest. That's an explanation that's considered valid. No worries. So I think that that goes to all the, what we discussed over the summer about the importance of having a record. If you have a district that is whatever percent deviation, explaining why. So please keep that in mind. I know these numbers can get, you know, my eyes are swimming with all the percentages, but remember, shorthand, you have more leeway with the state districts than with congressional. Congressional is basically zero difference. To the degree you have deviations at the state level, you have to say why. So that's basically what I wanted to say. So thank you.
Thank you very much. John?
Yeah, and just from a map drawing point of view, to personify this a little bit, these are districts, it's just population. But when you think about different areas of the state, you might think that they're hungry. Like those districts, again, in the UP, you have 3 districts side by side that are all underpopulated. And because it's an endpoint, there's nowhere to go. So like Kim was saying with the 110, 109, and 108, they're going to have to eat into 107. There's just no other way to do that unless you were to collapse a seat and literally move it away. But that is really unlikely up there because there's still plenty of population. So, you know, some districts are hungry, some districts are full, they have extra population.
Just out of curiosity, is there any thought process when we're doing these lines and drawing these lines about sort of padding under on districts where population is shifting and maybe padding up on areas where areas moving away from?
You need to be a little bit careful on that because as Bruce will tell you, state of Georgia got their hands slapped because it was a partisan unders and overs on that side. So you got to be careful that you don't get caught in that kind of a trap in that regard. But that's the main caveat to be cognizant on that side.
Okay, thank you. Kent?
I was going to reiterate again, be careful in stacking districts in a region because that will, you're in essence shifting more districts to the other part of the state. So if you stay at 5% in the UP and come on down, when you get near the end, for everyone that's over 5%, there has to be one under, or 3% over to 1.5% under. But you can shift and steer districts around the state simply by manipulating the pluses and the minus.
As Bruce was talking, I had the raw number difference for the districts. Now I'm showing you the percent difference. And so you can see that, you know, the districts in the darkest gray are from 10% underpopulated to 27% underpopulated. And, you know, that's particularly in Wayne on some of those. And so you end up seeing from a percent wise what you're playing with and what's possible or not possible. So it's important to understand both dynamics because it'll show you a little bit different dimensions to the equation and the problem that you have on that side.
I think Commissioner Clark has a question before we move on.
Yep.
I do. I think population is going to drive these districts. So it's going to make applying the communities of interest a lot more difficult, a lot.
Exactly. Yes. Yes. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Yep. Yep. Because basically, you know, as Julianne will tell you, population kind of controls everything. Yes, there's other criterias, but they're second fiddle to total pop.
So does that infer that we're going to have to minimize the communities of interest, do our best to apply them?
Well, Commissioner Clark,
Yeah.
so I'll jump in on that one. I think when you look at the constitutional ranked criteria, again, we're looking at 1 and 2, the first 2 criteria, and then the third being diverse population and communities of interest. So when the commission is engaged in its mapping work and the prep work and looking at those community of interest overlays in addition to, so I see it as building the data that the commission is going to be reacting to and considering when it's drawing its lines and talking about line drawing. So I would view it as another data layer. And again, it's the third criteria. So I think obviously it has to meet the population standards, but the way that those, particularly the top 3 criteria interact is going to guide kind of the work for the rest of your considerations. And again, the only bad decision is the decision with no data. So the more data that the commission has in an area, the better decisions it will be able to make. And the communities of interest and the diverse population that's reflected in, and I know we're getting there, Kim, I always want to jump ahead. I know we're getting there, but when you start seeing the next series of maps, it's going to be yet another data layer, another layer of consideration and discussion. So I would view it not as we'll focus more on the population. I think the communities of interest will inform actually that discussion as well.
Well, you have to concentrate on the population because of the deviation requirements you get from the federal government. So that, yeah, I mean, that's why I see applying the communities of interest as difficult, because it's not only the population, it's also the VRA requirements.
Right.
You know,
Correct.
which, you know, we could draw these maps, and then when we have a concentration of African Americans in a certain area, and Bruce is going to say, no, you can't do that. And isn't that right, Bruce? And then you may have the opposite, where you have African American community and you split them into 4 districts, which is another no.
Well, yeah, and I think that's what I know this, it's like the first day of school. You anticipate school all summer and you wonder about it. And then you go to school and you get your assignment, you meet your teacher or teachers, and it all comes home to you. All of this is part of the process. So there's nothing here that's unusual. There's nothing here that's like, oh my God, what's going to happen with this?
Right.
However, I think it is, to your point, and to what Julianne was saying, diverse populations will impact with the Voting Rights Act requirements. The equal population requirements also intersect with the Voting Rights Act and diverse populations, communities of interest as well. As just we heard from one of the speakers this morning, that all of them may come together, but the great balancing act in a way with redistricting is following the criteria the way they're set out, balancing the numbers in the best way that you can. And I know that, in Arizona, about 10 years ago, we made some specific decisions about how to get there. But it's a challenge, as you point out. We're first day of school. We got our assignment, and this is the actual data. We don't have to speculate about that.
If I may comment on that and just support what Bruce was saying, it is like the first day of school. There's a lot of information here, but we will get used to the new district structure very quickly. You're going to see, as we go through this, it seems like there's a lot of change. There is, but then once you start the process of drawing for 2020, you'll just get used to what the new rubric is for the district structures.
Right. Okay. So from ideal district sizes for the state Senate and more importantly, the state House, you can see some of the dimensions of what you're going to be challenged with on that side. And then there's the next one, the racial side of things. Julianne teased that up beautifully, just like, on that side. Let me go back a step so that everybody gets familiar again with what we had seen before. And what the Census Bureau has and the data that it has. Let me move this thing out of the way. What in 2010 and in 2020, the Census Bureau looks at two fundamental questions. First of all, it's the question of, are you Hispanic or not? And if you are, maybe there's some subcategories on how you are. But there's the second question that asks the person's race. And it's important to keep those two distinctions apart, but I'll show you how we combine them. So, but from the Census Bureau standpoint, they're asking two fundamental questions on what is your Hispanicness, your origin, and then what is your race. You notice on the race in 2010, they give you some categories, subcategories for the race, which is what was important. But what they also did then for 2020, they did a little bit different. They changed, they still kept two questions. They did Hispanic, yes or no, and they did some subgroupings on the Hispanic side of things, but they also gave you a box, a set of boxes where you could fill in. And this was the major thing that they discovered in 2020, is there's a lot of people that were filling in the box. We're giving a little bit more information. We have some of that. We don't have all of it, but it has changed some of the dimensions of the racial data that we're looking at, and I'll show you how. From the race question, that second question, they gave a lot more examples of things. So for the white population, were you Lebanese, Egyptian, German, Irish, English? Those were examples that weren't there in 2010, but it did get people to start thinking of those and starting to fill in the ancestor and fill in those boxes with some additional pieces of information. That did have an impact on the data set. So part of what the Bureau is telling people now is be cognizant of this shift of basically methodology that has taken place in these past 10 years. That may explain some of the shifts that were being reported out. It may be just the methodology of what people are interacting with the questionnaire versus, hey, there is more African Americans here, or there are more Asian population. It's a combination of, yes, there's more, but it's also the dimension of how they were answering it. And I'll show you some of the impacts of that. Keep in mind that this time you could mark up to 6 choices. So that has an impact, and that's led to more people saying, I'm multi-race. Certainly as we have, you know, African-American husband marrying a white wife, the kids are all, you know, both races in that regard. And so that's had a dimension on this whole thing. And I'll show you how that has impacted in Michigan. If you remember from our discussions before, I talked about the different ways of looking at race. And this was just a slide of what we had done before, but there are different ways of looking at race, and they fall into 3 major categories. And we will be using those categories for all of what we're seeing and all of the spreadsheets that you will see as you draw. So it's important for you to be cognizant once again of what these dimensions are. The 3 major components are answering race alone with just that race. They could say yes or no in terms of the Hispanics, but the race alone is an important distinction. On the opposite side, there is the race combination or combo or max. That is where you were maybe Black, you were maybe Asian, you were maybe a bunch of different things. And the question is where are those numbers counted? In the max, they're counted on all the different races. In the alone, it's just when they answered the question of just one race. Okay, so you keep in mind that the alone numbers are going to be probably on the low side. You know, this percent African Americans alone. But if you look at the combo side, you'll pick up all those combinations, because if you remember this chart, you've got this column on the alone of 2 or more races. You see that on this dimension on that side. So that 2 or more races is what allows you to come up to 100%, but it's a category there. It's 2 or more. In order to dissipate that 2 or more, you look at the combo or the max. So you can see here, the 2 or more, when you get down to max, is 0, because I've distributed all those 2 or more over to the other racial groups that they answered. So the max gives you the highest percent of a racial group. And so what you have is this dichotomy and this dimension of racial answers that's important to keep in mind, whether or not it's the minimum, the alone, or it's the maximum. And you will have advocacy groups advocating differently. African Americans will say, we need to look at combo as opposed to alone, because I want to make sure that those 2.9% in this example get distributed to my community or my racial group. So you're gonna see a lot of people coming in and saying, hey, use the combo numbers. The important dimension of that is when you use the combo numbers, and you look at all of the races together, it's going to add up to more than 100%. And you see that in this old stuff. This was 2010 data. I'm going to show you 2020 in a second, but I want to make sure you understand this concept. The potential middle ground is what the federal government has done and said. That is the OMB numbers. And the OMB numbers get you closer to 100%. It actually puts you a little bit below 100%. You can see that it's, in this example, it's 99.28%. But when you look at the racial or the OMB data, it gets you maybe a little bit closer to where things are. The OMB was basically saying that you count anybody in who answered any race in combination as that race. But when you got multiple races and you got races including the white, you don't count them as the white. And so the OMB kind of deadens a little bit of these numbers, not entirely, but deadens them a little bit. It deadens from the maximum numbers that you're going to get, but it's above the alone categories. Okay. So this dimension is important to realize. That dimension carries forward in the total population, the top part of this table, but also in the voting age population, the bottom part of this table. And you will see as you start drawing, these spreadsheets are part of what's embedded within the active matrix that you'll be seeing. These are the various spreadsheet numbers, and let me show you. This is Michigan's PL data. I apologize for the smallness of the numbers. There's a lot of numbers and it's hard to show everything. It is part of what's in the PowerPoint. You'll be able to zoom into it and see more. And it's part of the spreadsheets that we've created and given to you. But you can see that the sheet number is there on the left-hand side. And that's the sheet numbers that are on the active matrix that you have. So active matrix table or tab 1 versus 1A, both of those are the alone categories, with 1 being not looking at Hispanics and 1A looking at Hispanics. So you can see here in the state of Michigan, what impact it has when you look at and adding the dimensions of Hispanic. Those are racial categories in the Hispanic. The Bureau doesn't recognize it as a racial category, but by their cross tabulations, you can end up adding it in. But by adding it in and having the Hispanic showing up in that table, what you have to do is you need to take the Hispanics out of the Blacks, out of the Asians, out of the whites, out of all the other races, so that things add to 100%, just like that other example that I showed you before. What we find is that the A categorizations, the 1A, the 2A, the 3A, that's alone, combo is number 2, and OMB is number 3. But the A designations for each of those is probably closer to what you want to look at, because that gives you the Hispanic data. If you only look at the raw number table, it's not including that Hispanic as a grouping. Now, when you get down to the combo, then we do show that, but you can see some of the dimensions. Keep in mind that the 2s, 2 alone or 2 in combination, the 2A, will give you that maximum number for the racial data. So if you look at, in fact, the difference between for the African-American population in the state, these are state numbers. For the alone for African-American is 13.66 in table 1, 13.48 in table 2, because we're putting in the Hispanic numbers. We're taking the Hispanics out of the African-American. It brings down the African-American population. But the 2 data in tables 2 and 2A bring that up to the max of what there is be. So African-Americans are 15.3% statewide. And if you take into account the Hispanic, it's 14.9. It's bigger than those 13% that you saw on the alone. And that's the important distinction to recognize on that side. And the OMB, as I said, brings you kind of closer to the midpoint of both of those. So this, all this data is actually going to be there as you draw, but it's also part of the spreadsheets that we've given you. So let me see here. As a way of helping you, I've also put together an analysis and compilation of what is the 1s and the 2s and the 3s. So all of that description is there in this document that is part of what we've put up on your website and sent to each of you, so that gives you the additional information that gives you a little bit more explanation than what I've just given you in terms of the alones and the combos and the OMB. Okay, so, but those dimensions are important to keep in mind, because you need to understand where people are talking to you from. This is going to be an important dimension as we start looking at individual districts and what percent you're going to put in them and all of that in terms of the racial stuff. So understanding what data it is that you're describing or you're talking about, it's important for us to understand what you're talking about, and understanding and making sure we see what data tables you're looking at. Okay. So if you remember when we talked about the state of thumb and sending me the spreadsheets, that's the dimensions that we want to make sure that we capture and understand of what you're drawing on that regard. But this document will help you on that side. Now, we have also looked at where there are racial concentrations. And I didn't have time to put them into this PowerPoint because Ryan sent me this document as I was sitting here. So we've been hard at work trying to get you more information on that side. One of the things that we've ended up doing is looking at a way that we analyze the racial data from a graphical standpoint. And that is what we call majority minority maps. That is not to say this is what you need to have a minority seat. That's not what I'm saying at all. So remember that disclaimer that we've given to you. Julianne gives me the thumbs up. Yes, indeed. This is just what the data is showing you. And so what we've generated is graphically a way of looking at all the racial groups at one time on a map. And so we're showing you, this is at the census tract level. What is the white population, not the non-Hispanic white, is in yellow. The deeper color is majority white, while the lighter yellow is plurality white. Okay. So any yellow is where it's mainly white, either plurality or majority. On the African American, that's the red shades. And any African American census tracts that are majority African American, non-Hispanic African American are in red. And we give you some breakpoints in terms of that, of where they're 75% or more African American versus 50 to 74%. A little bit colorization change in terms of the solid red. And for the predominant, where predominance is there for the African American, what it is in terms of predominant without being a majority, and different categorization. So you see that data on the left-hand side, the way that we're categorizing this data for the purposes of mapping. Hispanic shows up in purple, Asian shows up in green, Native American, there's not a lot, but it's a cyan color on that side. Yep, there is up in the UP. There's a predominant Native American up there on that side. So, you know, that data is being able to be shown graphically here down at the track level. And we've got the inset to the right showing the Wayne area. And you can see where there's concentrations. African American, again, is in red. Hispanic is in purple. And there's not a lot of the other racial groups down here, but you can start seeing where those concentrations are. That's important to recognize, one, as you ultimately start drawing, but certainly of understanding the dimensions of where these racial categorizations and racial groups are within the state on that side. We tend to like this kind of a map because it lets us see it all at once. But we also look at, and we haven't had time to make those up, but we're making them up tonight. So tomorrow I'll probably give you some more colored maps to look at. We look at each of the individual races themselves. So where is the concentrations of African American? Yeah, we can see here the predominant or majority, but let's look at the gradations for each of the racial groups. And that gives you an added dimension of what we're seeing in the data. So it's not only the majority areas, which is what this is here, but tomorrow you'll end up seeing, well, all right, where are the African Americans? You know, we're seeing already the majorities, but where are they in, you know, the 40 to 50 or the 30 to 40 or the 20 to 30, you know, understanding the dimensions of where the racial groups are potentially important on that side. Yes.
Commissioner Lang, did you have your hand up?
I did, and it wasn't a major question. I'm just trying to look on here. And for Kent County, it looks like there could be potentially two colors according to your map, but it's very small and I can't see it. So I was just curious what those two colors were. Oh, that's great.
I was going to do this because I knew somebody would be asking for it. And we'll show more of these. And you can start seeing, if we zoom down into this area, you can end up seeing where some of these concentrations are. So in Kent, you've got both some Hispanic and African American in Grand Rapids. You can start seeing that. And what we will be showing you tomorrow is, again, where some of these are. We're trying to show it in a larger sense now, but we'll be able to zoom down in. And you'll be able to see some of this yourself on your computer system.
Kim, other than the norm, what are we looking for? Why is it so important to know what these people are?
You're looking at where there's concentrations.
Okay, but
But from the standpoint of making sure that you're not splitting those
Okay.
concentrations.
Okay.
You're not, but you're also, as Bruce will tell you, you're not concentrating them.
Okay.
You've got the worry always of splitting and concentrating.
Okay.
You got to find that norm someplace. It's not always the same for each racial group. It's not always the same for different parts of the state, but it's trying to find that median between those two. One, to keep you out of court on that side, but more importantly, to provide the kind of representation that you want to do.
Excuse me, if I could jump in, I wanted to add on to what Kim was saying. Remember, we had talked about that in some redistrictings, the redistricting body would just say, we need to have a 55% minority district or a 65%, but that wasn't based on analysis. And in one Supreme Court case, the Supreme Court said they made a mistake of law, assuming that the population at a certain artificial threshold was needed. And that goes into what Kim was talking about and what we've talked about previously about packing and cracking. So you don't just create, let's just create a 75% majority minority district. No, you need the analysis and the data first. And seeing the concentrations, as Kim was illustrating, really focuses on the importance of not breaking up minority populations artificially and seeing them as whether they're communities of interest or Voting Rights Act protected as you move forward in creating districts. Thank you.
And I think the other thing that's important, these are maps that have just come off the printer in essence. Lisa hasn't even seen all of these. So she's probably sitting in Bethesda right now saying, oh, God almighty, I got to look more at more areas. Maybe, I don't know yet, but we wanted to see where there were some concentrations on that side. So yeah, she may be coming back and saying it's not just 4 areas we need to look at, it may be a couple more or something like that. So that's an important dimension to keep in mind.
Commissioner Rothman. Oh, thank you.
Sorry.
Yeah.
And because we're thinking about starting with South Central District, based on this map, we may be able to start without a voting right or a polarized voting. Is that
Well,
also
from South Central, that's around Lansing on that side. It may be that some of that red has been covered over by the word South or something like that. So, let's take a look tomorrow when we do this other dimension of race on that side, which is why I'm going to lead with that tomorrow morning. But yes, potentially we don't have to be that concerned about it, but we'll see where there's concentrations. But even as I told Ryan today, it's not only concentrations big enough to create a seat, but it could be concentrations enough that you don't want to split them apart into 2 seats where they're not enough to create one, but they could have kind of an influence maybe. But if you divide them up, then you're deadening that influence in that regard. It's really a whole bunch of different factors that come into play.
Yeah, I know some of the places that we went, a lot of people said they didn't want to be split up and they weren't that large.
Right, right.
So what do we do for that?
Well, that's partly what we're going to use for communities of interest and looking at what they're saying in terms of their area, their community on that side and seeing what that is. Part of what we're going to try to do with Moon's data and community of interest is add to it. She's got about 13, 14 different things that she's keeping track of. We're going to add this racial dimensions to that so that you'll ultimately have that data for the communities of interest. What's the population of each of these communities of interest? What's the racial mix in each community of interest? It's that bringing together, both Moon's data as well as the population, our data, to kind of give you that added dimension of things you need to be cognizant of.
General Counsel?
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. So I wanted to jump in for the benefit of the commission and the public. Commissioner Rothorn's question was excellent about starting to map in South Central. So what the schedule and the approach that the commission is taking has done is in the areas that we've started where we do not anticipate the RPV analysis to demonstrate an issue, that's where we're starting. All of the areas will be undertaken. So Dr. Hanley has, her analysis is statewide. And then based on remember earlier I was saying it's the racial data that we're looking at now where the minority populations live, plus the election results, because we're trying to determine where, if there's racial block voting and the ability to elect candidates of choice and, segue into Bruce's important work. So her analysis, if there is an area that has mapped, that is identified, that area will be addressed. Now, whether if it's one of the anticipated areas or if it's a something that the commission or your consultants were not expecting, it will be addressed.
Yeah.
The commission is very clear that it's going back. This is part of complying with federal law and it will be considered. It's just the effort was made to go into those areas where it's not anticipated to occur. So I hope that was helpful. Again, for that racial block voting analysis to guide that conversation.
Thank you, General Counsel. Back to you, Mr. Brace.
All right, let me see, because, I know what I wanted to do. In the final piece of this equation, in the spreadsheets that I've sent to you, I talked to you about the deviation tab, but each of the racial composition tabs are here too for the districts. So you have in tab 1, the population race alone is there. And it has all of the racial groups showing up in each of the districts. So you can end up starting to see not only the populations of those districts, but the racial composition of those districts, both in pop alone or combo or OMB, as well as tabs 4, 5, and 6, which I didn't have time to put on that other one, though it's the voting age population, repeating that pattern from the pop stuff that I did to voting age population. And understanding the dimensions of that is important. So when you look at these spreadsheets and these tables, we had previously looked at counties or, that sort of stuff. Now you've got the districts to be cognizant of. And so having that data is all here also. So I have unloaded a heck of a lot of stuff on you guys, I recognize, but it's all important information as we've talked about, where, what, when, how do you want to do it on that side? So with that, I turn it back over. I don't know if I'm 9 minutes early.
Yay,
Darn.
we're ahead of schedule.
I know, yes.
Rocking through here. All right. I just want to make sure there's no additional questions before we move on.
Nope.
Go ahead, Commissioner Witches.
When the actual census data is released, next month, I think?
Well,
September?
Supposedly.
This is actual census data.
True. What I was
Okay.
gonna ask is that easier to look at than the tables that we have now in front of us, or is it about the same?
It's about the same.
Oh, okay. great.
Yeah. The Bureau is part of what they will be doing for the September 30 release, is putting together their tables on how they're looking at it.
Okay. Thank you.
And actually, I meant to show you one other piece of things. If I go to, this is it sharing?
No,
Oh,
not yet.
I'm sorry. Okay. Okay.
There you go.
Thank you there. This is the table of the census information. This is on the Census Bureau's website. And it's actually got a lot of real interesting information to it. And what they've let you do is look at either the race or the Hispanic origin question. Remember, they look at them separately. And so their tables are set up that way on that side, as opposed to combining. But they've got capabilities of looking at any of these ways of looking at the race. So African-American alone, African-American in combination. They're picking up those one table and the twos tables by looking at the alone information or the combo information in that same way that we've adopted for a long time. But they also let you see maps, and maps by total population or Hispanic, non-Hispanic. Again, just looking at the Hispanic equation and any of these data items. So I had the 2 or more races. Where is the 2 or more races? Now, I just flipped over to Alabama, but this has all the different states in it, but certainly you can go and focus in on with this information down for the state of Michigan. So, you know, if you don't like the way I've categorized things, there's another dimension, and this is what the Census Bureau does. But this is what the September 30 release will be more focused on, their way of looking at it. But they will be releasing at the same time on that same CD that data set that we're doing right now on that side.
Thank you. Any additional questions? All right, thank you very much, Mr. Brace. We will now move on to the next item on our agenda, which is review and approval of minutes from the August 12, 2021 commission meeting. I will entertain a motion to approve the minutes from the August 12, 2021 commission meeting, which are posted at redistricting@michigan.org.
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches. Second by Commissioner Lett. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, we will now vote on the motion to adopt the minutes from the August 12, 2021 commission meeting. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Commissioner Wagner. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail and the motion is adopted. Next, we will hear our staff reports. There are no reports from Executive Director or Legal Counsel today, so without objection, I will ask our Communications and Outreach Director, Edward Woods III, to provide a report this afternoon. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Mr. Woods.
Thank you. Can everyone hear me? Great. One of the things that we really are looking at, as you know, with our strategic plan, is really built on fairness, awareness, transparency, and engagement. And we really want to, with fairness, through our new mapping presentation that is going out that you are doing, and really want to thank you for that. I've received some great feedback. And then also, we're also using our redistricting pamphlet or flyer front and back, and people are enjoying that, and you're leaving it there with them. I really want to thank Commissioner Orton, because she went out to West Grand Rapids, and they are now going to deliver our flyer to folk, and they're challenged with communications with regards to that. And by doing the translation, we will also be able to provide it in Spanish. So really want to recognize Commissioner Orton's effort to ensure fairness and making sure that people have the information they need. So let's just give her a round of applause. And so that's why that translation was so important. Go ahead.
I don't know why you're singling me out here, but we're all doing our part,
Oh,
I'm sure.
Don't worry, there's a whole list coming. If this is one of the rare times where we've actually had everybody participate, so we can give everybody a shout out. And so I just want to thank her. We also had Commissioner Vallette, Commissioner Weiss, and Commissioner Rothhorn were out and about in Bay City and doing the mapping presentation, and just really want to give them a shout out. So we're not just singling you out. You have to let me finish my report. And then everybody hopefully will hear their name. So can we give them a round of applause? Last night, Commissioner Eid and Commissioner Rothhorn were in Sterling Heights, Michigan. The Asian Pacific Islander Americans have been really doing a good job of reaching out. And we just want to thank them for being out there. We have another presentation scheduled August 30th in the Metro Detroit area that they're working on right now, but we really want to make sure that we're reaching out and doing our part with regards to that. So once again, I want to thank Commissioner Eid and Commissioner Rothhorn for that. And then, believe it or not, we had our math whiz kid, Commissioner Witches, and I got a beautiful note from Commissioner Witches, Commissioner Eid. They were doing a math presentation or upcoming presentation for Dearborn that you guys have coming up, and they were talking about. They're so excited about the dynamic duo of Witches and Eid coming to the classroom for interviewers for Michigan and Dearborn. So just want to give them a round of applause. And then Commissioner Zatella, Commissioner Zatella, oh, that look, oh my goodness, you're gonna sue me? Help us. As you go, as we all know in my email, remember we did nonverbal communications and we realized that facial expressions do matter. So we just wanna make sure for the sake of the public that we are all concerned about facial expressions as well as tone of voice and then actually the words, because our expressions, this is tongue in cheek, but as you know, the way we look, the way we respond will tell whether or not we really want an open and transparent process. And I think one of the concerns that came up in our statewide communications and outreach meeting, you heard the statement that was made by Sue Smith, was either way, we're here helping you, we're participating. But if we're participating and engaging, it's okay to agree to disagree, but sometimes your facial expressions might give out the wrong impression that you may want to give in communicating with the public or whether it's in person. And so the reason why I highlighted the email smiles and MICRC clips was just a friendly reminder, because this is a lot of work and people are coming for the first time to participate in a new redistricting process where they had no opportunity to participate before. And then they get to know you and they're like, you know what? These are regular citizens just like me. They struggle, I can identify them, and they like the idea that they can interact with you, but they also want to make sure if they disagree with you, that it's not going to further, it's not going to, how do I want to say this nicely? It won't hamper their efforts or be a barrier in terms of public engagement and soliciting comments in the future. So I think we have a robust commission that's engaged and concerned about hearing from everyone. And I think we have a public that wants to make sure that their voice is heard. And so the way we do that through fairness and transparency will go a long way in terms of engagement of our public hearings, but also at our upcoming presentations. So I just really want to thank you for digging in and doing the work and being engaged, because it would not be successful without you. And so with that, I want to give Doug and Steve, who continue to do interviews, as well as Juanita. I want to thank Commissioner Lang, who's continuing to do outreach. She was just at another fair this past week. And then Commissioner Wagner, when she's available, being a part of the process as well. So and Commissioner Kellerman are absent. So to go 13 for 13 is a great way to bat 1,000. So hopefully we'll continue to do that. So give all of yourselves a round of applause. And then we got a great team led by our dynamic director, executive director, Sue Hammersmith, our general counsel, Julianne Pastula, along with MDOT staff, who is always willing to come in and help And that's greatly appreciated because when you're looking at communications and outreach and setup, no one can do anything by themselves. And so if you think that that is a complete and total failure to think anyone can do anything by themselves, it's always a team effort, and just want to thank them, acknowledge them as well. Can we give them a round of applause? And so when we really talk about fairness, we talked about the roles of residents. We really also want to share the process, really the rest of the mapping process, as people are now starting to ask, well, how are we going to ensure fairness when we adopt the maps? And by telling them that there'll be 2 affiliate Democrats, 2 affiliate independents, 2 affiliate Republicans, or I should say 2 affiliate who don't identify with Democrat or Republicans, makes a difference. And so just because you know it and you hear it, let's not make an assumption that the public knows and that they hear it. And so right now it's going to start getting tight, and people are going to start asking these questions about fairness. They're going to start asking questions about lobbying and undue influence because they've seen it happen before. As you know, our general counsel did an excellent presentation on subsection 11 with regards to that. I would encourage you to continue to refer to that. But we really want to not just articulate fairness, but we also want to show fairness and cite it. That's something that can make a difference. As it relates to awareness, you'll be seeing a social media campaign that will be utilizing the hashtags show up, speak up, and draw fair maps. So you'll be seeing that. We'll be utilizing testimonials from our first round of public hearings, where we have some vignettes from people across the state so that we can get people geared up and ready for our second round of public hearings. And so our goal is to have a 4-week build up to the second round of public hearings. So people are aware, they're coming out, and they're asking questions. So we want to make sure that we're doing that. Going along the lines with our general counsel in subsection 11, we're going to stop all town hall meetings effective September 30th. We'll stop those. We have some on the schedule. We will honor those. I know Commissioner Teller, we scheduled you for a Rotary presentation. We'll honor that. But other than that, September 30th, that is it. We'll be drawing people to the public hearings with the issuing of the RFPs, just so you're aware. Those will solely be for media relations and driving people to public hearings. So you will not be asked to do presentations, but you'll probably be asked to do interviews to get people to come to the public hearings. So just want to share that with you, that on that process. We're looking to do a mapping week now that you've approved the process and the schedule. Thank you very much. August 30th to September 3rd, we're looking to do a mapping week promotion on social media, trying to get people to draw maps, ask questions, and make referrals with regards to that process. And then, as you already know, we have our university tours kicking off in 2 weeks. Kicking off in 2 weeks at the University of Michigan. We'll provide you with some detail in about a week, so you know where you're staying, what classes or anything, if you're doing presentations, whether it's virtual or in person. And that same lineup will be established at the University of Michigan. It'll be established at Ferris State on the 9th, the 16th, Grand Valley State University, the 23rd, at Central Michigan University, and the 30th. So you'll have an itinerary. So just want to make sure that you're aware of that, but that's all being done to do awareness. And we're really targeting our Generation Z and millennial population with that, but it's also open to the community at large. You know, you'll be meeting in the morning, you'll be taking a break, and we'll be meeting at night as well. So I want to make sure we're aware where we are with regards to awareness. With regards to transparency, one of the things that we really want to do is to cite how public comments are integrated in the mapping process. Where if you look at the public comments and some of the feedback, when you're doing your maps and you have that information, if you could share that as a part of that, I think that will go a long way with regards to public confidence when you're sharing your maps or presenting your maps or drawing your maps in our discussion, sharing what you heard from the public hearings, sharing what you heard from the public comments. Those are the type of things that build confidence and will encourage more people to participate in our second round of public hearings to ensure that we have the best citizen input plan in the country, because I believe we're going to be a model. I believe we're going to be a model for the country. I think people are going to study this process, but it all goes to practice, practice, practice. So just want to share that with you. I'm working with MDOS and DTMB to enhance the website to make it user-friendly, so that we can have translation, Google Translation, so people can identify in their language, make it a little bit more, so we're not going to other websites, but integrate it so that you can see a calendar and things instead of going to other calendars. It's just everything is right there, because we believe that the website's open 24/7, 365.25 days in a week year. And so that we can get them to use that as a reference, it'll always be available. We're doing that. And then we want to provide advance notice for our mapping schedule, so people know where we are, can start drawing people to those days where they want to come remote or in person, but something that we really want to do for transparency. For engagement, we're looking at our public comment portal stations. I really want to talk about our public comment portal stations when it comes to our town hall meetings that we have left on the books, but also at our second round of public hearings. We want to have public comment portal stations so people can come in. We were doing that the first time we were concerned about COVID, but now we'll have that library and try to set up those public comment portals. So whether people can come in for 5 minutes, or they can do that, or if they can stay to make their comments in person, they can do that as well. So that will be a different aspect of our public hearings that we're looking at doing, but we will make some adjustments and changes with regards to how we're doing our public hearings. And that will also include a different security that we'll undertake for the public hearings as well. We want to do some targeted efforts, in terms of marketing. We've addressed some of the rural populations. We're doing some vignettes, and that will come for you at a later date, and some of the other things, but just wanted to share that with you at this time. I want to move the community organizer. I want to table that to either tomorrow or next week, but I do want to talk about the event contract. The event contract is for less than $5,000. Last time, you remember, we used Taylor Design to do that. We want to have the same type of contract, but it'll be a little bit different in that this person will really be regulated to just negotiating the contract for the facilities. They'll be transferring the registration responsibilities to Sarah Martinez. If you remember, we ran out of funds on this existing contract. And so what we're trying to do is find ways not to run out of funds. So we kind of changed the scope where they're basically just helping us set up the contracts, ensure payment, but they will not be present at the meeting. And so as a result, we will also save costs in that we won't have expenses such as meals and mileage as well, but yet we'll get the, how can I say, the nitty gritty stuff that's done. With regards to the 9 facilities, 8 of them have agreed to provide discounts because we used them in the first round of public hearings. And then the one in Kalamazoo, we will have to negotiate, but we really want to move ahead and get that done. And so an open and complete openness and transparency. We are recommending Taylor Design, but just wanted you to know the difference in the scope because it's less than $5,000, but also with the backdrop and knowledge of knowing that we did use her previously for the first round of public hearings.
Apologies for the interruption. This is Sarah Reinhart with the Michigan Department of State. I just want to note for the record that Commissioner Lang had to turn off her camera, but she's still present. Thank you.
All right, thank you for that. So at this time, Madam Chairperson, I would like to entertain a motion to authorize the Executive Director to engage into a contract with Taylor Design to assist with the event planning for the second round of public hearings.
That's the one that's less than $5,000?
That is correct.
You do not need a motion.
All right, well, I just want to be transparent, just so if anyone knows, I'll defer to our general counsel just to make sure that this is done correctly.
Is that correct, General Counsel, that we do not need a motion on this?
So Madam Chair, thank you so much. So the concerns in discussing, now I know initially when the first contract term had expired, Executive Director Woods was seeking, was open to other individuals filling that role. And the commission and Mr. Woods has indicated now with the refined scope that Kristen Taylor would be invited to rejoin the commission in this different role. The commission can do a motion. The concern is, from my perspective, is that the under 5,000, now we have 2 under 5,000s to the same vendor. So I think that was what the discussions that Communications Director Woods and I had, is that although the scope is different, and the duties are more refined and focused strictly on facility coordination and negotiation, that if the commission so desired to make it a formal vote to move forward with the same individual as previously, that could be accomplished.
Is that a motion, Commissioner Lett?
I would move that we retain Taylor's services. She did an excellent job for us, excuse me, before. And I'm assuming she would do an excellent job this time. So that's the motion. Second.
Motion made by Commissioner Lett, seconded by Commissioner Witches, to approve a contract with the previous event planner that we had used, Kristen Taylor, for less than $5,000. Is there any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's go ahead and vote. All in favor of the motion to approve the contract, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. And if Commissioner Lang and Commissioner Wagner could verbally indicate, that would be appreciated.
Aye. This is
Aye.
Commissioner Wagner.
Commissioner Lang and Commissioner Wagner both voted aye. So the motion is adopted and the contract with event planner less than $5,000 is approved.
That's all I have. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. All right, the next item on our agenda is MDOS updates, but it's my understanding we do not have any updates today. So we will move on to correspondence. Correspondence received in advance of our meeting today was provided along with written public comments to the commissioners in our meeting materials. Moving on to our next agenda item, we have future agenda items. Without objection, I will ask Executive Director Hammersmith to share about future agenda items. Hearing no objection, please proceed, Director Hammersmith.
Again, we are in the mapping phase starting tomorrow, so be ready. Look at the Southwest and South Central regions, review that public comment overnight. So you're thinking about the geography of that region, the public comments, and we can start to begin plotting communities of interest in those areas and working on those maps. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there any announcements? 9 o'clock tomorrow. Executive Director Hammersmith.
Yes, the meeting tomorrow is scheduled from 9 to 3. I also wanted to let this commission know that there are 3 commissioners who will be absent tomorrow. That brings us down to 10. So if anyone is going to be absent and they have not notified MICRC and MDOS staff, please do so we can make sure we can have a meeting, and we will have to be very careful about people leaving the room in order to keep a quorum tomorrow. So thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Any additional announcements? All right, hearing none. As all the items on the agenda are completed and the commission has no further business, a motion to adjourn is in order. May I have a motion to adjourn?
So moved.
Motion made by Commissioner Witches, seconded by Commissioner Lett. Any debate or discussion on the motion? Hearing none, let's move forward with our vote. All in favor, please raise your hand and say aye. Aye.
Aye.
That was Commissioner Lang saying aye. Commissioner Wagner?
I said aye as well.
Okay, thank you very much. All opposed, please raise your hand and say nay. The ayes prevail, the motion carries, and the meeting is adjourned at 4:36 p.m. Thank you very much, everybody.